everyone. Welcome to my channel. Oh, I'm JustHearMeowt. Welcome to my channel. Day 12 of the trial is in the books. I'm mute this in the back so I'm not double talking in my ear. Anyway, day 12 is in the books, and despite the prosecution's best efforts to get their case to a close, the defense managed to yet again waste the majority of a trial day. On the upside, we got to hear many of the missing text, jail calls, and letters we had not seen yet, especially the orange notebook, which I thought was great. We've been recapping this trial every day since its beginning, and will continue to do so until its horrific end. So make sure to join us every day. But for those of you who are just joining us for the first time, this is a commentary channel. And for those of you who don't know what commentary means, it means I will be pausing and talking during the source video with my own comments, because it's my channel. But if you do enjoy what you see here, consider subscribing so you don't miss any of the fun. Make sure to check out the playlist in the description of this video about the many subjects covered here, including Sarah Boone, Diane Downs, Lauren Armstrong, Robert Tellis, Kouri Richins. It's all fun. Thank you to everyone who's here live with us in the chat. Hello to the replay crew. Please remember to hit the like button so we can avoid all unnecessary consequences of not doing so. And remember, no fun in the chat. Okay? All right, let's go. Let me mute this here. Welcome. We went a little bit earlier today. Just happened to be the way it worked out. But I don't know if Suma or X Derek is joining. I sent them the link. I told them I sent them the link. So we will see. So they started court today late with the jury at 1 o'clock. In the morning, they went through a bunch of more sidebar discussions on what was going to come in, what was not. It took like 45 minutes. So the defense managed to nuke half a day by asking for a continuance and making it sound like we were going to do all this work this morning. They agreed on what was going to come in. Then the defense was like, we need to be able to recall Carmen Bauer. So the prosecutor calls her back up to the stand for this.
Probably going to need to be a little closer here. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Says I think the defense may have some more questions for you. I think that's here.
That's good. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. I understand the defense has some additional questions.
So, good news. No, happy birthday, Oki Meow Meow. Carmen is apparently fine, so that's good. And I want you to rate this on a scale of 0 to 1. Because it's no higher than a 1. What is the effectiveness of the defense? Did they do a whole lot more work here? I didn't see it.
Ms. Lewis.
Remember, they wanted a mistrial over not receiving the news from one of the detectives about the text that she had failed. She had been caught with a beer. They wanted a mistrial for that. We can hear how scandalous it is.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber.
Good afternoon.
Has anybody spoken to you about why you have been asked to come back today?
My lawyer told me I was getting recalled again today.
And were you told why you were being recalled?
No.
Okay. So nobody's talked to you about
No.
what we're going to go over?
No.
All right. I just have a few questions for you about your probation that you've been on since May of 2023 when you were released after all of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscole and Detective Maynard, okay?
When I was released from Wasatch County?
Yes, when you were released from Wasatch County Jail, and then you were placed on probation.
Yes. Oh, come on, yes.
All right. All right, so when you were released, and this is, I think we've already talked about, but just for some background, your probation was transferred to Summit County, right?
Yes.
And Detective Maynard became your probation officer.
Correct.
And you said that you texted him every day while on probation?
Yeah, sometimes I'd forget a couple days.
Okay. But every day from then, like through today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you text him about everything about your probation, like your work hours? And
yes.
Everything was through text?
Sometimes phone calls, but yeah, he had my schedule through text, mostly texts.
Okay. And would those texts be available either on your phone or on his? Do you know?
They should be, yes.
How would she know if the texts are available on his phone? She was already warned about this beforehand. It's just, and I hate the implied thing that Carmen is somehow a notorious liar. We've gotten a few things wrong, but she doesn't seem like a notorious liar, and not the way the defense is treating her.
Okay. All right. Now, when you were when you were released.
Oh, Kouri's face was the worst today. She was doing all kinds of like, This one. I hate her so much. She's got this look of like when her lawyers asks a witness a question and then they kind of answer or don't answer right away. She's got this look like, yeah, I told you. That's why this whole thing should have never happened. But it's like, a nothing burger.
And you went on probation. You signed a paper
like, exactly. Carmen had a beer in her hand. I'm not guilty of murder.
Acknowledging what your conditions on release would be, correct?
Yes.
And that, well, actually, Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 3014 for the witness? Can you see that?
There's nothing there yet.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
And do you recognize that as your conditions of probation that you signed and agreed to?
No, that is a tall order, Christius. Kouri does not make me like Sarah better. So at least Kouri's keeping her mouth shut most of the time.
Yes.
Your Honor, could we admit?
But Kouri's behavior in court is worse. Sarah was never like leaning out. She acts like she's the lead defense attorney.
I move to admit 3014 and publish it.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
So talking about a letter she wrote to the judge.
These are being admitted to show what Ms. Lauber understood, correct, Ms. Lewis?
Right,
Okay.
correct.
Overruled. 3014 is admitted
Oh, no, sorry. This is the terms of her probation first.
for the purpose of showing Ms. Lauber's understanding.
Okay, and you signed that paper agreeing you would follow those conditions. Is that true?
Correct.
Do you want me to publish these?
Oh, yes, I said that. Sorry. But since May of 23, I mean, you violated these conditions, true?
I don't recall what you mean by that.
Have you violated any of the conditions that you agreed to since you signed that paper?
Which one do you know?
You haven't violated any conditions?
The weapon one?
I'm sorry.
Now, she has done some violations, but I would say in her mind, in Carmen's mind, she would say, well, yeah, it was a technical violation because there was a gun there and I'm not supposed to have a gun, but the gun wasn't mine. And then the alcohol one, you'll hear that as well.
What? The weapon one? The one you're talking about?
I'm asking you, did you violate the weapons condition?
There was a weapon found in my room when they raided it, yes. That's what you're meaning.
Was there a weapon found after you signed these conditions?
Yes.
So you violated that condition.
Oh my God. Hey, Zelda, was Eric shot? No. Is Carmen accused of shooting somebody? No. Is it a technical violation of probation? Yes. Does that make any difference on how she possibly knows all the details behind their interactions with Kouri and Kouri's level of interaction with her up until the poisoning? No, she was in drug court. Regina. I almost messed it up again. If I understand that correctly. Auntie Trishy, I haven't figured out why the equal's innocent. Because this is how I think Kouri thinks, right? Kouri thinks Carmen is... Look, you guys are listening to the Richins. Richins went to the police and said, we need to pin this on Kouri. And then the police went out and found this druggie, Carmen, and she lies. And I told you I had nothing to do with Eric's death. And I wrote a book about grief. Therefore, you're believing a liar. Look, she's got caught lying. She can't possibly be telling the truth about anything. And therefore, you should not have even charged me. That's what Kouri thinks.
Yes.
All right. You also violated the alcohol condition, correct?
If you're talking about where I went to a con.
I hate her little head. Why the f it matter to you, Kouri? And what does it matter? Jeez. Yeah, this is all conspiracy theory. That's basically what Kouri's thinking behind everything she writes is. Oh, she gets into some almost Diane Downs territory later today.
Violated that condition.
Yes.
That orange notebook?
All right. You also violated
All right, watch Kouri's little bird head here.
the alcohol condition, correct?
If you're talking about where I went to a concert,
That's correct. That's
Kouri, this doesn't make you look better.
what I'm talking about.
yes.
All right. So, and that was in November of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure. The day of the concert, I went with a bunch of friends.
Okay. Could we just show the witness exhibit?
You don't even remember the day of the concert, ma'am? Oh, you went with friends? Sure, likely story.
Defense exhibit 3010. And actually, you violated in October of 2023. Is that correct? Okay. I'm sorry. So October of 2023, you violated.
Gungan is
alcohol
sniffing her fingers or something.
True.
I went with a bunch of friends, and my buddy who bought me the ticket, I asked him if I could pay him back. He said, no, you could just buy the drinks and snacks.
That's the most bullshit story I've ever heard. I have never heard of that arrangement happening between two friends that go someplace. Never. What are you going to tell me that somebody buys two tickets and instead of exchanging cash, now you can just buy the drinks because you think, hey, actually, I'm going to cash in. I'm going to drink a little bit more than the ticket was worth. That's what you're doing when in that situation. No, you just pick up the tab and the snacks, huh? And then it's on. I'm empty.
Right. And you drank the drinks also.
No, I did not.
And if anyone knows how it works at venues, you can't just go up there and order a beer. I mean, never mind.
Well, so you were seen at the concert by a detective from the Summit County Police Force, correct?
Fine, yes, correct.
And you had alcohol in your hand, correct?
What I meant to say is, when you buy it at these things, they open it for you because they don't want you carrying it in and out of the venue, right? It's a liability thing. Or maybe something like that. But anyway, they open it for you. So yes, if she went and bought a beer along with whatever else for her friend, it would have been open.
Correct.
And afterwards, he contacted you, correct?
Maynard did, I believe.
Okay. It was Detective Maynard contacted you.
Yeah, I don't think this detective did.
And you admitted to him that you drank the alcohol,
I
correct?
told him I was there with it, yes.
You said you consumed it.
No, I did not. I don't recall time I consumed it, no. I bought the snacks and beverages for...
Would you look at what's in front of... Actually, Your Honor, can we just publish this now? I beg to admit.
Objection, Your Honor.
I think here's it.
Hearsay, yes.
Sustained.
All right, I want you to take a...
Kouri, oh, they don't want this. That's Kouri's other reaction. When there's a prosecution objection, like, oh yeah, they're scared of this.
look. With the line that is...
read it.
Thank you, highlighted. I was going to count it. The line that is highlighted.
Yes, I see it.
And what does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Detective Maynard?
No, I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
So you did tell Detective Maynard you actually drank alcohol, correct?
I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
Sounds like a pretty honest answer to me. I don't recall saying that or putting that in there, but if it's in there, I guess I did say it.
Okay, so if Detective Maynard said that you admitted that to him, that's true.
Yes, Ms. Chief. Yeah,
All right.
he said it, yes.
And in fact,
Yeah, if you said it, then I guess it's true. Why would he lie? She's saying she doesn't remember. Zelda?
you also violated your curfew too, correct? You had a curfew, isn't that true? Let me back up. You had a curfew, correct?
Yes,
You had to be home every night by 9 p.m.?
yes.
And you violated that also when you went to the concert, correct?
I don't recall if I stayed the whole concert. I did not stay the whole concert. I left early.
So
I was home at 9 o'clock, probably not exactly at 9.
Yeah, another technical violation of the curfew. If she got home at like 9:10, 9:15, whatever, she's carpooling or whatever.
So you don't admit that you violated your curfew.
Yes, I do.
You did violate your curfew.
Yes, but I said I did not stay the whole concert.
Okay. So the reason that you were discovered in violation is because an officer saw you, correct?
Correct.
Or no one would have ever known, correct?
I'm not too sure. I had an ankle monitor on. They would know where I was at.
But they wouldn't know you were drinking.
No.
No. Okay, so you just happened to be caught on this occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Here's a question. Did they test her for alcohol? Did she fail that test?
So then in February of 2024, you wrote a letter to Judge Mabee, who was over your drug court, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, could you show Exhibit 3012? Thank you. Take a look at that and tell me if that is the letter that you sent to Judge Mabee.
Wait, was it Judge Maybe or Judge Certainly? That's a good joke there.
Do you remember that letter now, Ms. Lover?
Yeah.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I move to admit Exhibit 3012 and publish it.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's fine.
Wendy Blue Eyes, it means that she's lying about giving Kouri drugs. Just like she's lying about being home after 9 p.m. and holding a beer.
Are we admitting you for the truth?
I mean, it's her statement. She can be questioned about it.
So, question.
Zelda, that's what I'm saying. These, how you don't understand this? You don't understand how this works, Zelda? She can be questioned. Then question her!
Yes.
Stay. If you're admitting for the truth, it's hearsay.
All right.
And I hate the little comeback. Look, all right. Guess if you say so. It is literally hearsay.
All right. In this letter, you were asking for permission to go visit your boyfriend in Las Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this letter, you said that. Actually, Your Honor, quick pause 1 second.
Of course.
Okay. So you were writing to ask for permission to go. Oh, can you take that down, Katie? I'm sorry.
I've got it.
To go to Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
And in that letter in February of 24, you said that you have been in 100% full compliance with everything asked of me. So I should be allowed to do this, correct?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, right?
Yes. No. Yes. Just no.
It was not. It wasn't true that you'd been in 100% compliance. So what you
Oh my God, she wrote a letter saying she was in compliance. She should go visit her fiance. Now, I would have asked on redirect, did you mean you were in full compliance after you had your issues? Like it's a state of being versus I've never had a screw up. Like Lauren says, right? I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. Yeah, but what about all the shit you did before?
represented to Judge Mabee in order to get to do something you wanted to do.
I'm not saying Carmen's like Lauren. I'm saying it can be the way that question is worded or the statement is made is not conclusive that she is 100% lying about it, right? You could say I'm in compliance, right? Jackie Wiseman, welcome.
It wasn't correct, right?
Correct.
It was an untrue statement.
Yes.
All right. If I could just have one moment.
Agreed, Robin the Adair Pro.
Your Honor, that's all we have.
Wow. That was powerful. You did a lot of work there, Zelda.
Ms. Law, you just testified to a gun. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was that the gun that detectives seized when executing a warrant on your home on April the 26th, 2023?
Correct.
And then you entered into the probation agreement about a month later on May the 18th, 2023?
I'm not sure exactly the date.
Oh, shit. Date, Zelda.
But
it's in evidence. Thanks.
yes.
Ms. Lewis, may we allow this witness to step down?
Yes, we may.
Are we releasing this witness?
She had a violation as a felon that she wasn't supposed to be in possession of a firearm. It wasn't a probation violation. Carmen Nicole, is it me or did they not question Carmen on any of the shit they brought up the other day about the issues? Well, they did ask her about that holding that beer. Remember the one they wanted the mistrial over? Sure, but I mean, I also think this is just me guessing, pontificating, speculating, if you will. I also think the prosecution could see the jury, and if they're sitting there rolling their eyes, you don't need to ask a whole lot of questions. They do play a video, but that's during O'Driscole's testimony. And the defense is keeping her under seal or under subpoena.
No, we would ask that she just be, the subpoena remain in effect.
Okay.
That she may leave now. Yes.
Ms. Lauber, to be clear, like the last time, you're free to go, but you're still subject to subpoena. You may be called back.
Your Honor, State Call Detective Jeff O'Driscole.
Detective, let's get you sworn in.
Did investigators search Eric's phone for evidence of THC gummy use?
Yes.
Did investigators...
Okay, so I cut out several portions of his testimony here. This is when we're getting into the text. This is also when we get the jail call, all the goodies. I do have a lot of the Carmen stuff in here. I'm not sure we'll get when we get to it if we want to keep going. We'll see.
Discovered 2 text messages between Kouri and Eric Richins regarding THC gummy use?
Yes, those messages were recovered from Eric's cell phone.
Scott.
Okay, so we got our first text. These are between Kouri and Eric about the gummies. Remember, the defense said he's basically a dope head. He's always stoned. Those gummies. But I want you to look at these text messages. It kind of seems like Kouri's the one talking about eating gummies.
Is this an accurate depiction of a November 20th, 2021 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, it is.
All right, this is Eric first. Nah, I'm good as long as I get to go out with you. Sorry. Nah, I'm good as long as I get to go out with you is all I really care about. Kouri then responds, the James Bond movie is out? Eat a gummy? Something sent. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's an image. At the Nice Theater? Carter's going to the rodeo with Tisha and my dad, then staying at his house. What? That's awesome! What rodeo? At the Golden Spike Arena. Just Carter and Tisha? Oh, never mind. I read that wrong. I thought it said Carter and Tisha were going with you, and your dad was staying at his house, as in not going. So, sweats, hoodies, gummy, James Bond movie at the Nice Theater? I'd like to get some food. I'd like to get some grub first if gummies are in the forecast. So who brought up the gummies here? Kouri did twice. And Eric seems to think he wasn't planning on, oh, well, if there's going to be gummies involved, I'd like to get some food first. And remember, they're meeting up. Because is she describing his outfit or her outfit here? Sweats, hoodies, gummy. James Bond movie at the Nice Theater. Sounds more like what she would be wearing, right? And the gummy. Yeah, steak sounds pretty good. The movie doesn't start till 8. And then, this is some GIF, but it's not there. And then she sent some GIF.
Detective, is this a accurate depiction of a January 13th, 22 2022. Text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins.
All right, Kouri, this is, now that was November of 2021. Now this is January 13th, 2022. Eric says, the boys are wondering when you're coming home, and it's 9 p.m. No, you are you. And you are wondering, not them. I'd be wondering. Remember, she's a cheating slut. I'll call you on my way. No, I would never go hang out with the girls and miss the boys' games and scouts. Sorry, but that's not something I would ever think about doing. Oh, sorry. No, I would never go hang out with girls and miss the boys' games and scouts. Sorry, but that's not something I would ever think about doing. So she is hanging out with boys then, right? Because he's saying, no, the equivalent would be me hanging out with girls and missing all the boys' stuff. You're hanging out with dudes. You're hanging out with other guys and missing the boys' games and scouts. VC wants a pony, $5 super sticker. Thank you very much. Everyone remember to hit the like button. Free ball yarn. 1 month member. Remember, memberships are only $1. Starting at $1, and there's member exclusive content. So then we got, looks like 2 pictures, maybe PNGs. This is weird. Can you bring me home some soup, please? This is on the 15th at 10 a.m. Yep. What you want, beautiful. Thank you. If Dairy Queen isn't too busy, that works. Whatever they have. Dairy Queen doesn't have... Dairy Queen doesn't have soup? What? No, is Dairy Queen a thing? Or am I just thinking she misspelled Dairy Queen? Well, let's check it out. Dairy Queen. Oh, I guess it is. Oh, never mind. Okay, it's not Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen, home of the train, hamburger restaurant. Let's look at the menu a sec. I should share my screen. Where is it? Dairy Queen. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Just we can read it together. So she wants some soup from Dairy Queen. We're famous for hamburgers. We got burger. We got salads. Salad. We got chicken. Specials. More sandwiches. Fish and fries. Drinks. Ice cream. Sides. Man, what are the soups? I mean, she says it like they have... Oh, here we go. I was wrong. I'll admit when I'm wrong. And this was the 15th of January, right? What day was January 15th, 2022? It was a Saturday. So on the menu for Saturday would have been... Where's the soup schedule? This only looks like sherbet schedule. Sherbet and... Where's the soup? Oh, here we go. It's underneath. Oh, it varies by month, so this wouldn't make any sense. Probably would have been a TBA day, but let's get their soups. Bacon chowder and taco soup. That sounds pretty good. Chicken cheese and tortellini and chicken enchilada soup. That sounds pretty good. Tomato beef macaroni, cream of broccoli. That sounds pretty good. Split pea and ham. That's good. Chicken. Okay, so they are a soup restaurant. Okay, I'll give her that. Sorry, everyone, for falsely roasting Kouri over trying to get soup at Dairy Queen. Gummy time? No, this is Eric. Gummy time? You know, who is he? Is he asking if Kouri is doing gummy time, or is he? I don't know. Why would he ask his wife if he was taking the gummy instead of saying it's gummy time? And she goes, yes. Is she instructing him to take the gummy? Okay, I know Wendy says chili, Margarita. Jeez.
Detective, are you familiar with a children's book entitled Are You With Me that Kouri Richins purportedly authored to help children deal with the loss of a parent?
Yes, I am.
How did you first come familiar with it?
Your Honor, we just want to renew our previous objections to this line of questioning.
Court stands on its prior ruling. Please read.
Sir, how did you first become familiar with it?
Another one of the investigators from the sheriff's office shared a link with me to a story by Good Things Utah, a local news channel, and I viewed an interview there between Ms. Richins and reporters.
Did detectives investigate how Kouri Richins came to appear on Good Things Utah?
Yes.
Detective, is that an accurate depiction of the March 24th, 2023 email exchange between Kouri Richins and Good Things Utah?
You think there should be a theme song for the wig? Well, no. What I would do, it would be Teaches of Peaches. Which I thought was loaded, but I guess it's not. Anyway. So it's Kouri. This solves how she got on the news program. It wasn't like the news program was interested in this local celebrity that writes a book. She submits herself to be a guest. Because she's a detention whore. Right? So she fills it out. Name of person requesting guest experience, Kouri Richins. I'd like to be a guest on Good Things Utah. I'm a self-author. It's not profit. Preferred date range. Anytime works for you guys. Name of your event. Promoting a child's book. Children's book. Excellent writing there, Kouri. It's just a single child's book. First day of your event, March 31st, 2023. Pay attention to that. March 31st, because they mail it to the detectives on the 21st. Through Amazon, anonymously. Give us a short summary of your event, including ticket sales, age limitations, unusual details, etc. I've just written what appears to be the first children's book about losing a parent. My husband passed away last year, and we have 3 young boys. I wrote this book to help kids and find comfort and peace when losing a parent or anyone close to them. I hope to promote it on your show to help parents comfort their children with such a tragic life event. I have a few thoughts about that. First off, she thinks this is the first book ever written for children dealing with grief. I just typed in children's book dealing with death. Here's just the top of them. Something very sad happened. A Toddler's Guide to Understanding Death. The Goodbye Book. I Miss You. A First Look at Death. These are like kids' books, the kids' covers, right? Like Goodnight Moon types of. The Kid's Guide Dealing with Death. When someone very special dies. Children can learn to cope with grief. Oh, wait a minute. I thought Kouri's was the first. This person probably just ripped off Kouri. Let's see, is the publishing date on here? No. But there are literally page after page here. Even when a pet dies. What is heaven? a beautiful way to explain debt. I mean, and then I went on just like this rabbit hole looking at the reviews of the book. Suggesting stuff to hear me out is like hurting cats. What are you talking about? I don't even remember what you suggested now. Like the best one I think was somebody that actually read it that goes, "This is a horrible book. The first half was so dark. I would never want to read this to a child." I think that was before she had been arrested. But and okay, the second part was, why is Kouri an expert on dealing with grief? She had any training in it? So is it just based on her own bullshit? Now we know it was ghost written, right? But what gives her credibility? No, I saw the suggestion. I'm just saying, I got to keep my style. Got to keep it 100. Okay, so then they're like, "Hi, Kouri. We would love to feature your children's book on losing a parent. Is it currently available for purchase? Also, would it be possible for you to share 3 steps on helping kids cope with the loss of a parent in addition to promoting your book?" Hi, Jill. That's amazing news. I so excited. There are red flags all over this about this person being a writer. So excited. Yes, the book is available on Amazon. Here's the link. Are you with me? She should put that in quotes, saying it's titled, "Are you with me?" She never puts quotes around it. Of course, I would love to share 3 steps on helping kids cope with the loss of a parent in addition to promoting the book. Absolutely. I think they meant here, Kouri. Share it here so we know that you know what you're talking about. Please let me know if there's anything else I can also share. What are the next steps? Well, why don't you provide the 3 steps here? This is like the reaction Sarah Boone gets when they name a drink after. They named it after me. Oh, Ronnie. Good Things Utah is going to have me on their show. That's great news. We can have you live at our studio in Salt Lake City, closer to the airport, on April 6th. The arrival time, this is weird. The arrival time would be 9:45, and you'd be live in the 10 o'clock hour. Are you available on this date? It's weird they only make them show up 15 minutes early, right? Seems like you'd want your guests to be there at least a half hour early. She says, "Yes, I'm available for date. Can you send me the address? I will plan to be there at 9:45 a.m. Can you let me know if there's anything else I should specifically prepare for?" Well, they already asked you the 3 questions, 3 steps. Also, how long do the conversations will last so I can prepare accordingly? She wants to, she hopes so, but is it possible I'm the full hour? That's bullshit. Don't hesitate to reach out with questions. I'm happy to help. Okay. Then there's another form, filling it out. So the segment will be filmed live and will be 45 minutes in length within that hour. Please plan on staying with us until 11 a.m. at the absolute latest. If you have friends or family that would like to watch your segment live, they can watch the local channel for KTVX. Your segment will also be posted to our website and can be found by searching your name. Thank you so much, Jill. I look forward to being there. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I will get you the required information. Still haven't set the 3 steps. List props you'd like to bring. 3 steps, and she finally gets around to sending it. 3 steps on helping kids cope with the loss of a loved one. 3 C's, as Kouri likes to call them. It's a good thing she didn't go with the 3 Ks for Kouri. KKK. Connection. Keep the person's spirit alive who has passed. Talking about them, sharing memories of them, doing things they used to do. Letting children tell stories of those loved ones. Why are this? It's just weird. Who's stopping their kids from telling stories? This is all common sense bullshit. Continuity. Try and keep routines and schedules as normal as possible. Sports, school pickups and drop-offs, living situation, friends, etc. Keep a normal daily environment for as long as possible. Now, Wendy Adelson would definitely disagree with this one. Care. Affirming their feelings. Understand when they are sad, mad, lonely, and talking about those feelings and let them know it's okay. Not changing their feelings, but let them cope with the stages of grief with plenty of hugs, kisses, empathy. This is just how do you treat a child. It doesn't even have to do with grief, really. Like, take the word grief out of here. Understanding when they're sad, man, lonely, or talking. That's how you should treat a child anyway. And routines and schedules, normal, that's also part of raising a kid. Routine, kids like stability. I wonder if she just wrote down everything that they were screaming at her about. Like, I hate you because you do this. I hate you because you do that. And even in the interview, she's like, you know, it's almost like we treated like they're still there. So we're at the dinner table, whatever, like, Dad, don't you love this meal too? And they get into that weird shit. Okay. So she sends a photo. Her discount coupon won't work, but she's going to offer it for free for 2 days. Woo, ding, ding. And then that's the end of the email where they say this is the conclusion of our messages with old Kouri. Oops. Okay.
In addition to Good Things Utah, are you familiar with Kouri Richins promoting the book on KPCW radio?
Yes, again, I was sent a link to their website. I viewed their webpage and saw an interview with Miss Richins and journalists and listened to an interview that she conducted with them on their website.
Scott 8-37, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the website promoting the interview?
Yes, it is.
Is it dated April the 12th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-37.
Object 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor, and authenticity.
Judge puts her in check.
Do you actually have an authenticity objection?
Yes.
Please approach.
So this was the radio interview page, and they ended up redacting out the stuff below. Look how happy she is.
Thank you. Towards the end of March 2023, did the Summit County Sheriff's Office receive an anonymous Amazon delivery of the book?
Yes. Package showed up from Amazon with a copy of the book and also a little standard sticker that you can leave a personalized message on with a gift when you send something.
Scott 8-20, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a scan of the cover of the book that the Summit County Sheriff's Office received, along with the message that accompanied it?
Yes, when we received this, evidence technician scanned the cover of the book and then the note that came with it as well, yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-20.
Just 401 and 403, Your Honor.
Okay. Overruled. State's Exhibit 8-20 is admitted.
So, I mean, aside from I know, okay, so what the note says here is, if you've ever done gift message with Amazon, right? It's a little piece of paper that's in there and says, a gift for you. There are two sides to every story. This is the true Kouri, a devoted wife and an adoring mother. Thought you should know. From Anonymous. Oh, wow. Just one of... Prop teeth go with Kouri's wig. Kouri never opens her mouth. No, opens her lips. Anyway, from Anonymous, this is so bizarre. Why would you send this to the detectives other than trying to influence them? Why would you say from Anonymous, Kouri doesn't have a fan club, and then you get immediately outed like the police can't find that shit? That stupid cover. What is the dad? What's dad doing up in the clouds there? He looks like it looks like he's chasing his son. It looks like the son is running away from the angel dad. Mom, somebody's chasing me.
Did detectives investigate who anonymously sent the book?
Yes, subpoena was sent to Amazon to request the information on who the sender was, and it came back as Lisa Darden.
Good one, guys. Crack team they got there.
Detective is
See, they sent it on the 21st, 10 days before the interview.
Lisa Darden, Kouri Darden's mother.
So the thing is, who would know the book even existed at this point? This is before the interview. It would have to be somebody in Kouri Richins' family. What the hell? Criminal masterminds.
Yes, she is.
Did detectives investigate who wrote the book?
Yes.
Who wrote the book?
We found text messages in in Miss Richins' phone between her and a contact named Book Writing Lane, who is a book writer, publisher of some type, regarding them writing the book for her.
Are they a ghostwriter?
Yeah.
Detective O'Driscole, are the bubbles in green Kouri Richins and the bubbles in blue Book Writing Lane?
Yes, that's correct.
And does this lengthy text message exchange generally depict Kouri Richins engaging Book Writing Lane, providing them with ideas and circulating drafts of the narrative and the illustrations?
Yes, that's what it appears to me.
My apologies.
141 pages.
Very good.
Holly Naomi. I've asked this many times on YouTube, hoping for an answer. Grossman testified Kouri asked, "Are you with me?" to him. I'm feeling her book self-titled was about him, not Eric. Thoughts? Her book, same titled. No. The book is bullshit. It's not about anyone. It's about gaining reputation as a sympathetic person. Guarantee she didn't even probably share it with her kids at all. It's a reputation booster for Kouri. That is it.
Kouri Richins discussed the book with her family.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Again, in text messages that we found on her phone, she has discussions with her family members about it.
The line, "Are you with me?" The only other time I've ever heard that is like Vin Diesel says it in the Chronicles of Riddick to whatever her name was, the other side characters. Like I think her name was Thera or something. "Are you with me?" Because there was a possibility that she was already converted into a necromancer. So this is some kind of shirt. I wish they were showing these bigger, but this is a PNG. I'm sure this is some cute little shirt. I have a question. These are text messages between Kouri and her brother DJ. Why is DJ's name DJ Kouri Cell or DJ Kouri? Is Kouri his middle name, or is he a DJ and his handle is DJ Kouri? I don't get that. Why is it DJ Kouri? Sorry. Wasn't reading it. But is nobody else confused by that? I think Kouri is a family name. So it's the middle name, but within the same family? Wait, the other side of the family's last name. Kouri's actually her mom's maiden name. But her first name is Kouri? So wait a minute. Mrs. Kouri got married and named her daughter Kouri. So her name's Kouri? Or no, I guess Kouri Darden. But her mom's maiden name is Kouri. That's weird. That's weird as what the hell? Yeah, Kouri Darden was her maiden name. Well, now that makes sense why on the application for the aunt, it was Doreen Kouri. What is with this family? No, I get Mrs. Kouri married Mr. Darden. But why name your daughter Kouri if your whole last name was Kouri?
Exchange generally depict Kouri Richins engaging book writing lane, providing them with ideas and circulating drafts of.
Did I miss the Amazon message? Okay, hold on a sec. That's weird.
Amazon to request the information on who the sender was. And it came
That's a level of
back as Lisa
narcissism.
Darden.
Detective is Lisa Darden.
You love your own last name so much, you name your daughter is the first
Darden's
name.
mother.
Yes, she is.
Did detectives investigate who wrote the book?
Yes.
Who wrote the book?
We found text messages in in Miss Richins' phone between her and a contact named Book Writing Lane, who was a book writer, publisher of some type, regarding them writing the book for her.
Are they a ghostwriter?
Yeah.
Detective O'Driscole, are the bubbles in green Kouri Richins and the bubbles in blue Book Writing Lane?
Yes, that's correct.
And does this lengthy text message exchange generally depict Kouri Richins engaging book writing lane, providing them with ideas and circulating drafts of the narrative and the illustrations?
Yes, that's what it appears to me.
My apologies.
141 pages.
Okay, so she had 141 pages with this ghostwriter.
Very good.
Did Kouri Richins discuss the book with her family?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Again, in text messages that we found on her phone, she has discussions with her family members about it.
Well, DJ Kouri spelled Kouri to Kouri Richins Kouri. They seem to be spelled the same. So Kouri replies back, ha 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 ha. What's the book called? She sends a picture of the cover. It turned out so cute. Just something for the boys. And to understand the book writing process to get ready for the big one. Now that's why it's for it. Yeah, I did. Josh did send me the picture. He validated. That was Josh. When is it on Amazon? Oh, sorry, that was her brother. Now this is her again. We submit on Thursday to Amazon for review. Then they approve 24, 48 hours, and then it will be live. So I'm thinking Monday? I have the first draft tomorrow night. I'll have the final draft tomorrow night. Awesome. So proud of you. He did send a picture. Thanks, bro. I'm excited. I don't really feel like it's real until I have an official copy though. So we will see. I really just want to understand the book process, so I'm ready to go. I've already spoke to a writer for my book. I'm debating starting it now and then can start on quite a few chapters before all this is over, just to get a jump start. Not sure. I don't know, Unicorn Rancher. What's something like that cost? Assuming you have to alternate names? Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, for everyone who's lost on this, there's somebody came in here last night called Nunya, and then somebody in the chat said that's Josh, and I said, well, Josh isn't a name like Madonna, and I didn't make the connection that it was Josh Grossman. And then he was making comments, and I was like, well, I don't know that you're you. So, if just like I would do for anyone who's a real person, before I assume you're Josh, send me a picture, with the words, just hear me out on it, and you did. So, we'll see. Oh yeah, I like Mitch Hedberg. Mitch Hedberg. Well, go ahead, Brian Gosling. Go ahead and write, hear me out on a little piece of paper. Hold it up in front of yourself, Ryan. And I mean, I saw the picture, VC Once a Pony. He sent what I asked for. Suma saw it. So the kid's book wasn't bad at all, assuming everything turns out the way it's supposed to. Cost $2,500. She just cannot stop sending. What's he doing over there? Oh well. The bigger book, yes, we have to change names. Is also want to talk to my attorney about other precautions, so to avoid a lawsuit from them for defamation, or if changing names is enough. That book will be expensive. Just for the ghostwriter to write the manuscript, 130 pages is $5,000. Assuming it would be closer to 250 pages, so $10K for the manuscript. This lady does payment plans, so you just pay per month as it's being worked on. Now, that lady should not be on a payment plan. She should accept all money up front. Total time, 2 to 4 months. I might just start my recordings now and wait to sign up until May when more money comes in, hopefully. LOL. Can you imagine listening to Kouri's recordings? Oh, God. Did book launch? Not yet. I made some last minute changes. They will get the changes back to me today. And then hopefully Friday. I had them add in this picture at the beginning. Looks like a little picture. In the middle looks like it's Jesus, but it could be the dad with wings. What's the bigger book? Her tell-all in this whole experience, I'm assuming. And how she be on the Richins' corrupt efforts to take all her money that's rightfully hers. How they're trying to do a smear campaign against poor old Kouri. And ma'am, if you just keep paying people to write books for you, you're not a writer. Good luck, sis. You'll have nothing to worry about. Stay calm.
Detective, is this a March 8th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother?
Yes.
From mom. What's the name of the book? That's how I imagine her mom sounding. What's the name of the book? Where are you? Wow. Quite the author, can't get her own title right. It's a real work of, it's very close to her heart. Here's an attachment. No. It's not on Amazon yet. Okay. I will let you know. My title is Are You With Me? Again, no quotes around. Kouri, it would be much people to understand you are saying the title of your book if you started using quotes, especially when the title of your book is a question. I don't know what I was thinking. You were thinking you don't remember your own book. Here's an attachment. Where is you? Working in OFIC. Again, a writer. She's a writer.
Sir, is this a March 22nd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes, and just like before, Kouri Richins is the green bubbles and DJ is the blue bubbles.
Okay, this is back to Kouri and DJ. This is from Kouri. Yay! Yay! Yep, I think Carter Kouri sounds better. Now, this whole thing makes a whole lot more sense because the last name is Kouri. How much do you make per book? It sounds way better. Oh my God, they would die. It would be so funny. Yes, it would. So on Amazon, I only make $5.35 a book. They print and ship. Well, that's more than you make an hour minimum wage or at your job, and definitely more than you're going to make in prison. I'm working on a website that you can buy the book through, and I'll make $10 a book. Oh, so now she's going to be a e-commerce expert. Nice. Yeah, the next 30 days are just extreme marketing. My goal is to sell 100,000 books by the end of the year. Oh. Yeah, it's just a cool $500,000.
Detective, did your investigation eventually lead you to Carmen Lauber?
Yes, it did.
How?
This is a bit of a long-winded answer, so I'll try to just go step by step. We had the information from the autopsy, the tox results, as I mentioned. We had just gotten the downloads from Miss Richins and Eric's phones, and we're starting to go through them. We started comparing what was in the phones with phone billing records for their carriers. We found discrepancies between what was in the phone billing records and what was actually in Miss Richins' phone as far as call logs and text messages. We started looking at them.
So I don't know if you want to hear all this. It's how they found out about Carmen. Well, we'll
Most frequently contacted phone numbers in Miss Richins' phone and in Eric's phones. We found that there were a high number of communications between Miss Richins and the phone number for Carmen Lauber. So we started looking into Carmen Lauber and found that she had a history of drug use and drug distribution. We found that she was on drug court probation in Wasatch County.
The important part is they found Carmen through Kouri. So Kouri can say all she wants. Oh, you know, she's a liar. You led him to, Kouri.
My partner, Detective Maynard, actually had previous involvements with Carmen, knew a little bit about her.
Because a death involving a fentanyl poisoning, somebody with known drug history that is in high levels of contact with the deceased spouse would seem like a relevant person to talk to, do you not? No, the PI separately put it together. That's the other thing. These are two parallel investigations that both came to the same conclusion.
We started looking at who else was, or
What does that mean? I'm YouTube featured.
sorry, we spoke with investigators from Wasatch County that were familiar with Carmen's case, and then learned that Mr. Nick Von Savage was also in drug court with her and that they were pretty good friends. We started pulling phone billing records for Mr. Von Savage and found that he had a high number of contacts.
Sorry. Yeah, Carolina Hurtado, it is so insane. The thought that she has that she could just come up with an idea. Oh, I think this book, and then pay somebody else $5,000, and then, oh, I'm going to sell a cool 100,000 copies of it to make $500,000. Right.
Communications with the Gunnison State Prison. And so we went to the Gunnison State Prison and requested the phone calls between inmates and Mr. Von Savage. We started listening to those phone calls because they're all recorded. And we found an instance where Mr. Von Savage was speaking to an inmate on the phone, and they were discussing getting
what does this mean?
an Xbox controller for the inmate. And he said, either you buy it or have Carmen buy it and I'll pay you back. Nick said something to the effect of, no, I can't have Carmen do it. I just tried to give her money the other day, and she told me that she had just made a bunch of money selling illicit street drugs. So that obviously, and that phone call took place on March 4th, the day that Eric died. So that gave us more reason to look into Carmen Lauber. We started surveilling her. As part of our investigation into her, we collected the trash from her home. And in going through the trash, we found drug paraphernalia, specifically tinfoil with burn marks and residue on it. And based on my training experience, that's indicative of somebody smoking a substance off of the tinfoil. Based on that information that we had collected, we wrote a search warrant for Carmen Lauber's residence, for her vehicle, and for her person. And that included, among other things, cell phones.
Did you execute that search warrant on April the 26th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you personally execute the portion involving searching Carmen Lauber's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any evidence of a crime in her home?
Yes, in Miss Lauber.
Wait a minute. Wait. Whitney Marie 4007 says she has said in interviews that her and her kids wrote the book together. So having found out that it was a ghostwriter is pretty appalling. How do you know they didn't write together? She's probably like, "Hey kids, what do you think about Daddy being dead?" They start crying. Okay, so they're sad.
Bedroom, we found THC products, paraphernalia, and a firearm under her bed.
And as it relates to Miss Lauber specifically, what was the problem with the firearm?
She was a convicted felon, and by state statute, she's not allowed to be in possession of a firearm.
Yeah, because remember, Rocky, the PI was very specific. He goes, no, it was a one-way street. They weren't sending me information.
When searching Carmen Lauber's room, did you...
He would point out pieces of evidence, but he didn't give them Carmen's name, I don't believe. This guy, when he came on, looked at it fresh. Looked at the call records.
also find a newspaper clipping of Kouri Richins' obituary?
Yes.
All right, so this was new information for us today. You can see on the right here, this is Eric's obituary from the newspaper. Carmen had this hanging in the middle of her. You can kind of see where the flash is on the left in the big mirror. This is two pictures on the side. This collage with all her positive affirmations on the left-hand side. And then this mirror, and right by the flash that's zoomed up here on this obituary. In the center of her mirror, she had Eric's obituary. Was it even on the fridge at Kouri's house? Like, this bothered her. I wouldn't expect somebody to have my obituary up at their house, right? In the center of it. Yeah.
Detective, what was your impression of kind of the collection of material on the left?
Based on knowing that Carmen was in drug court and knowing a little bit about how that program works, it seems like she had all of these inspirational quotes that helped motivate her through her progression in drug court, and amongst them were photos of her loved ones, her family, and then amongst all of that was Eric Richins' obituary.
Dead center, wasn't it?
Yep, right in the middle of the mirror. Yeah, that's the C&E stonemason.
So you have a C&E hat hanging in her house.
Logo on that gray hat.
Simultaneous with your search of Carmen Lauber's home, did another deputy stop Carmen Lauber while she was driving?
Yes, we planned it that way because we had a warrant for Carmen's person and her vehicle as well.
Did that deputy seize her phone?
Yes.
During that stop, did that deputy find evidence of a crime?
Yes, he found that Carmen was driving on a suspended license.
Did he arrest her for driving on a suspended license?
Yes, he did.
Did that stop occur in Wasatch County?
Yes.
Did that deputy then book Carmen Lauber into the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, he did.
Did you and Detective Maynard
I
then
think we're
interview
over
Carmen
the
Lauber at the
messages for a
Wasatch
little
County
bit
Jail?
here.
Yes, we interviewed her several times over a number of days.
What was your approach to interviewing her?
So, as I said before, my partner, Detective Maynard, had previous involvement and knowledge of Carmen Lauber. He knew that she had a history of self-preservation and offering information in exchange for help with her charges. So we knew that going into it. But on top of that, after
Self-preservation, not perjury, right?
serving the warrant on her home and being in her bedroom, finding Eric's obituary, it was apparent to me that she probably had some level of guilt or concern over her possible involvement in Eric's death.
Object to speculation and move to strike and non-responsive.
It's not speculation. When she got the damn obituary in the center of her goddamn mirror. Gungan, you got to pay the troll toll to get in that boy's hole. You got to pay the troll toll to get in if you want the baby boy's soul. You got to pay the troll toll. You got to pay the troll toll to get in.
All of it or just parts?
Just the last part.
Okay.
Here's your toll, troll.
Can you be specific about the content of the last part you're moving to strike?
How he assumed Carmen felt by what he saw.
Okay. That part is struck as speculation. Take it from there, Mr. Leverage.
Your Honor, can I argue that?
Yeah, why don't you go, Russian? Gentlemen of the jury, I misunderstood Ms. Nestor's objection. My granting of the motion to strike was incorrect. You may consider Detective O'Driscole's testimony, give it whatever weight you see fit.
So in addition to what you believe to be Carmen Lauber's motive for self-preservation, upon seeing Eric Richins' obituary, am I right that you thought she might
Yeah, Gungan thought she got one there, and then the judge was like, no.
also have some motivation related to her potential involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Correct. That was my impression.
What did you tell Carmen Lauber when you first interviewed her?
When we first spoke to Miss Lauber, we sat down with her. We explained that what we had found in her home would potentially violate her conditions of her drug court, which would put her on the hook for, I believe, multiple felony charges of distribution that she was in drug court for, as well as the new charges with the firearm and the paraphernalia and THC products. We told her that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that we believe that she may have information about his death that could be helpful to us. And we told her that if she was willing to speak to us about any information she might know, that we could help her with her charges in Wasatch County, as well as the new charges from the
Oh, my God.
execution of the search warrant.
Did you then immediately question her?
No, we didn't ask her any questions at that time. We told her that this was the situation. We wanted her to think.
The guy from Law and Crime, he does kind of look like him. I don't remember what his name is right now. But yeah, he does kind of look like Dennis.
On whether or not she wanted to participate in our proposal in talking with us, and then we let her sit and think on it for a few days.
How many times have you interviewed drug dealers?
Dozens, if not over 100 times.
Was anything about interviewing Carmen Lauber more difficult than interviewing most drug dealers?
Yes, there was more time that had elapsed since the incident that we were talking to her about than what is typical for our interviews.
So for anyone who's not following along or confused what we're doing here with this, so remember all the insinuations that Zelda made about Carmen. Oh, they were feeding you the answers. You just regurgitated whatever you want because you wanted to get out of jail, didn't you? And the context of this makes it a whole lot more understandable.
She had trouble with memory, remembering details of what had happened. And then again, what I spoke about earlier, she had a history of self-preservation. So she tended to minimize her involvement and hold back as much as she could, which is typical of drug dealers that we talk to.
Oh my God.
They won't give you.
I mean, did we see that anywhere else in this trial? Oh yeah, the guy that testified right after Carmen. He light his ass off on the stand and he got caught with a video.
Any more than they have to until they feel like they need to.
Did Carmen Lauber initially inform you that she bought drugs for Kouri Richins?
Not initially. Like I said, she very much minimized her involvement. When she first started talking about it, she said, there's a little bit that I know, and I want to help you with the little bit that I know. But then as we asked her more questions and got more into it, she was more forthcoming with the information that she had, and ultimately told us that Miss Richins had contacted her to ask her for pain pills.
And did she ultimately tell you that she bought drugs on Kouri Richins' behalf from Susan Kohler and from a friend of Nicole Cummings named Robert Crozier?
Yes.
It's interesting that there's not one of her bird head movements on this line, right? She's always trying to go like, are you going to tell the truth on this one? When it's like a nothing, right? But this one, she just kind of like sits there or gives this death stare, right? Look at it. Look at the reaction again here. Pay attention to this.
Like I said, she very much minimized her involvement. When she first started talking about it, she said, there's a little bit that I know, and I want to help you with the little bit that I know. But then as we asked her more questions and got more into it, she was more forthcoming with the information that she had, and ultimately told us that Miss Richins had contacted her to ask her for pain pills.
And did she ultimately tell you that she bought drugs on Kouri Richins' behalf?
Okay, right here. Watch Corey's reaction. Why isn't she doing a disbelief face here?
From Susan Kohler and from a friend of Nicole Cummings named Robert Crozier.
Yes.
What is the disbelief, Kouri? That's the problem with lying all the time with your little facial reactions, trying to cast doubt. Napalm Sunday, $2. Thank you very much. I'm bad with names, as Ricey Gervais can attest to. Yeah. I thought you even did Ricey Jarvis. That's fine.
Did she appear that she wanted to cooperate but was having difficulty remembering timeline and details regarding the drug transaction?
Object to leading.
And
Overruled. Not only did
look, she doesn't like that. She's like, are you kidding me? Kouri.
it appear that way, but she was explicit in saying that several times, that she was having difficulty remembering but wanted to help with what she could.
At various points during your interview, did you provide Kouri Richins with information to jog her memory?
I believe you meant Carmen Lauber. You said
I'm
Kouri
sorry,
Richins.
Carmen Lauber.
Yes, we provided content from her phone. We provided her with phone billing records that had timestamps that helped us establish a timeline. We showed her maps. We showed her property records. Anything that we could find that would mostly help us establish a timeline and order of events.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that she needed to be truthful?
Yeah, several times we told her that we didn't want her to try to make things up, that only tell us what she remembered. And
Again, all the breathing from Kouri is up in her chest the entire time. This is...
and only tell us what was truthful. And then we also stressed that we needed a great deal of detail in the things that she was telling us, not vague comments.
Did you tell her that you did not want her to speculate on anything?
More leading. Object.
Overruled. Yes, I believe there are multiple instances in the transcripts and the videos that show.
Is Cliff here? We need Cliff. Said I was going to quiz him on debits and credits, but I need to ask him. Or Robin, you're here, right? Why is it not leading? I know there's an exception for it, but I don't know the exact reason for it. If you could tell us so we are all better in the know, that would help me. Because, yeah.
So when we said, don't try to guess at what we're asking you, only tell us what you can remember.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that you needed to corroborate any information that she provided?
Yes, we were explicit in telling her that any kind of immunity or assistance or help that she would get from prosecutor's office would be dependent on not just her telling us.
No. Tanika, I'm not. Tanika, I know what leading equals the answers in the question, but because I've always thought it's a yes and no thing. I don't know. I'm not saying you're wrong, Tanika. I'm having a more nuanced thought, I guess.
What she knew, but giving us information that would allow us to corroborate that information.
And did you stress to her that you needed details, in particular, details to corroborate the information?
Oh, Suma has, that's so sweet. Suma has my obituary in her apartment. The rough draft. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, no, Tanika, we know that you can only lead on cross, not direct. I got that.
Object to leading.
Overruled. Yes. And that discussion got deeper and deeper the more we talked to her. We kept stressing we need more detail. These are the type of details that we need. And it just kept going from there.
Did you
How many pages is it, Suma? Like 100?
or Detective Maynard interview Carmen Lauber 6 times between April the 27th, 2023 and May the 13th, 2023?
Yes. I wasn't there for every single one, but either myself or Detective Maynard was, yes.
Why 6 interviews?
As we spoke to Miss Lauber, she would give us information that she could remember. We would take that information back and work on corroborating it with other evidence, phone records, other details from other witnesses, and then we would go back. We would.
Well, it happens again, right? Okay, so like one of the questions was, did you get the sense that she was misleading or confused, but was trying to tell you the truth? And the objection was leading, but yeah, if you can tell us, and I hope I see it when you answer.
Ask her more questions, try to get more information, more details. It was just a step-by-step iterative process that took several days until we felt like we had the complete picture of what her involvement was.
Did those interviews total about 10 hours?
I believe so, yes.
Were they audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Have you reviewed transcripts of those interviews?
Yes, I have.
Do those transcripts total about 900 pages?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you listen to defense counsel's cross-examination of Carmen Lauber regarding your
Okay, there's going to be more here.
Detective Maynard's interviews?
Robin.
I did.
Did you observe how defense picked certain sentences throughout the 900 pages?
Yes.
In the full context of the interviews, do you believe that those few sentences fairly and accurately depicted the tone and tenor of your interview?
Object, Your Honor.
What's the basis of the objection?
He's trying to make impeachment sound improper, and it's totally not
No, not this one.
improper. It is.
Don't make speaking objections. Are you objecting?
Don't make speaking objections. It's a foundational question, so it's permissible. Okay, thank you. Seeing the Robin would save me. First off, your question was improper. Your questioning was improper because you were a monster, that woman. Not you. Zelda was.
The form of the question.
Yes.
What is the objection to the form of the question?
Your Honor, we object to the form of the question on the grounds that it is seeking a legal conclusion, on the grounds that it is leading, and on the grounds that it is calling for speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead, Detective.
No, I don't feel like those segments that they picked out at all represented our interviews with Carmen.
Corey's writing down more. Corey's got. So the other thing I wanted to say right now is, before I forget, for those who, this is the debate over Kouri testifying, right? In the morning session, when they said, well, you know, when the prosecution rests, we want to set some time aside for our Rule 17 motion, which I assume, I don't know it by heart, but I assume that's the one you're supposed to do. Be like, okay, we move to make a directed verdict for not guilty because the state has failed to establish its prima facie case or something, right? It's a matter of routine. And then they said, and we want a half hour. We're going to need like a half hour to consult with our client, obviously, to have some discussions. So now that tells me Kouri wants to testify. You're not going to spend a hour. Okay, if Kouri doesn't want to testify, are the lawyers going to try and spend a half hour talking her into doing it? No. Absolutely not. They are going to spend a half hour trying to talk her out of testifying, showing you you're going to be screwed. Here's why we don't need you to testify. Kouri wants to testify. So hopefully they are not. Hopefully they are all as good at persuasion with Kouri as they are in court.
Do you think that those segments without context are misleading?
Object to leading.
Oh, Kouri doesn't like that one bit. Look at that. She's like, oh, God. I think I even hear it there. I thought it was Zelda saying it. Maybe it is Zelda saying it into the microphone. But
Are you objecting to the form of the question?
Yes.
What is the objection to the form of the question?
Your Honor, we object to the form of the question on the grounds that it is seeking a legal conclusion, on the grounds that it is leading,
way too far.
and on the grounds that it is calling for speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead, Detective.
No, I don't feel like those segments that they picked out at all represented our interviews with Carmen.
Do you think that those segments without context are misleading?
Object to leading.
Look at Kouri, can't believe it. Judge, are you going to do something about this? Sorry, I always forget I'm back. Judge, are you going to do anything about this unfair trial?
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I believe they're misleading.
One of those segments said, or quoted you saying,
No, my point is that my point was pointing out is that tells us that Kouri wants to testify, which I have always maintained, right? Which I guess would be a prerequisite for her testifying, right? But Kouri is adamant. They need a half hour to convince her. It's going to be some like some Donna Adelson shit. Like, I still don't know. And then she gets convicted. She's like, Miss Adelson, control yourself.
that you needed details to ensure that Kouri Richins will get convicted of murder, and that shortly thereafter, Carmen Lauber asked for blueprints.
All right, so this was the number one thing that they had to deal with, right?
What was the context of that discussion?
So as I said before, when we were discussing with Carmen, it was very slow moving at first. And we were trying to emphasize to her the level of detail that we needed to be able to offer her something from the prosecution's office for her cooperation. And part of that emphasis was trying to describe to her the level of detail that would be needed in a courtroom. And it was probably poor choice of words in hindsight. But that was what we were stressing, is the type of information that is acceptable to be used in a court.
Makes sense. Compass Realty Hitman, but doth Kouri want to be crossed? That be thy question. 'Tis thou knoweth not. No, Kouri doesn't care that they're going to cross-examine her. She's going to be able to beat anyone. She's pissed at her lawyers for not being able to get most of this shit shut down and get the right stuff out. So she's not afraid of cross. She knows exactly how she's going to respond to the stupid prosecution and how she's going to answer all the defense's questions, and she's going to walk out of here a free woman.
Defense
Yes, her counsel probably knows that, and the counsel is always bad to testify. But Kouri doesn't respect them. Kouri doesn't. With all the side eyes she's given him.
counsel also picked the words "get out of jail free card" that Detective Maynard uttered. What was the context of "get out of jail free card"?
So the comment that Detective Maynard made was coupling her, referencing whatever prosecution would offer her in exchange for her testimony, coupled with the fact that there was now a family that didn't have a brother, that didn't have a son, and the importance of the investigation into Eric's death, as opposed to any subsequent drug investigations that Ms. Lauber was involved in.
Defense counsel also picked the words from Carmen Lauber. Can you guys write it down and I will sign it?
Plus, nobody knows Kouri's defense story better than her. She made it up, right? How could anyone possibly tell it as good as she does? She wrote the story. Defense attorneys are always losing it because they don't know what.
What was that context?
We were trying to get Carmen to complete a written statement to go along with the scattered information that we had been.
Kouri doesn't like this answer. She's shaking her. What are you shaking your head for, Kouri? Listen to the whole answer before you start acting like this is the most ridiculous answer ever, because it's pretty reasonable.
Receiving through our interview process so that we could establish a more chronological timeline. And she was expressing concerns about not wanting to be writing things down in front of other inmates in the cell block. So she wanted us to write it down instead.
Oh, yeah. Wonder why you wouldn't want to see you wouldn't want to be seen writing out testimony or a story in front of the other inmates in the jail where you can get shanked and get a snitch jacket attached to you. Or a snitch label attached to your jacket, whatever the kids say. I've done several polls. They usually come out 50-50. But I've been from day one saying she will testify.
And what did you say?
We said, no, that's not the way it works.
Kouri can't believe how amateur this is.
Scott, can I get, please, 8-58R? Is this a video of various portions of your May 2nd,
Walk the Dog comes in today. It is coming up here in just a few minutes.
2023 interview of Carmen Lauber that we've just discussed?
Yes, it is.
More than a few minutes. So I have them in here, but I don't think I'm going to watch the full interview where she's talking, because you kind of get the candor from him. If you really want to see it, watch the original one, but I'll play a little bit of it, but it's kind of the same thing. The problem is that Carmen keeps wandering towards like feeling guilt and saying like, oh, it's not right that their dad died and these kids, right? They're trying to get her to focus like a laser beam, and she's being a typical woman, focusing on her feelings. She's all up in her feels.
Like, it's just not me. Like, I can tell you, I affected people's life by selling dope.
Right.
Okay, I affected my own life by doing dope.
What
But
getting at?
no, whether it was intentionally, whether he had a bad problem, or whether he was hurt, I don't know. But either way, if it was done purposely, he didn't deserve that.
Okay,
So I don't
Well, that fits with having his obituary on your mirror, doesn't
know
it?
that for sure, because I don't know their personal situation.
Totally agreed.
I would never do that, ever to anybody.
I'm saying that we're going to need you to really settle down and maybe even take a
I'm
pad and paper
even if I get
and try
out
to write out
tomorrow,
some
whatever, we
details.
meet again, I can go through.
Well, we're going to
whatever.
talk about that too.
If I need to go through whatever I need to go through and figure it out.
But you know what I'm saying? These details that you're giving us are kind of hazy.
Oh, so you believe Rob and the Idiot are pro, but not me, even though we're saying the same thing. Got it. Yeah, he does look like Jason Kelsey. Not as yoked, though. Not as swole.
That's because it's to me.
It's common for people to try
No, she won't. She thinks her lawyers are stupid. She thought her first lawyer was stupid.
to kind of minimize your own involvement, but we're not interested in smacking you with this. But this, at the end of the day, was the reason we're here. There's a
Like, I don't even like to reach out to
homicide
Susan Kohler and say, hey, do you know about approximately the time when I got those bills from you? I don't know if she's going to.
Probably not a good idea. But I'm just saying we're going to need you to kind of settle down and think about details and timelines. Because we understand that you weren't a part of, conspiring with
Yeah.
Kouri. That the details about everything we've been talking about are going to be important.
Right.
It's a homicide investigation.
Oh, that is ugly.
I mean, we saw the way the testimony went, right? Carmen did the best she could, right? But it's just so we're clear as a crystal ball. No, I will not be paying all of you $100. we could very easily see and understand the scenario where Carmen needs to be focused in, right? It's just the way she's thinking. Right? It is not coaching her. So we're gonna skip through the rest of these, or the rest of this interview, and then we'll just listen to the additional testimony of handling the defense's accusations. I like this look from Kouri.
Your testimony.
Do I have to go to court? Well, that's what I just don't want to do.
She's saying, like, do I have to go to court? I don't want to do it. Actually, let's here. This is the writing part, or just one of the writing parts.
So we need to start getting this on paper. What's going to happen tomorrow with your OSC hearing? You're going to appear for it. McKay's just going to say that he's not prepared to speak to it to get us a day or two.
Okay.
So we're going to come back tomorrow.
Okay, could have
McKay is the prosecutor for the drug court, I think, or the other
a
county.
week.
I think we can get it cleared up as far as our end of it as quickly as we can get a timeline down. I know this is exhausting. I'm concerned about sending paperwork back with you in your cell because everybody's going to be like, what's that?
Yeah, can you just write it and I sign it?
Oh, no. Maybe not that way. You know what I'm saying? Because this is going to have to be your testimony.
Do I have to go to court? Well, that's what I just don't want to do.
I would love if I don't get Kouri, I'll settle for Ronnie. At least he could be impeached as an idiot. I mean, it'll be a consolation prize, right? If I don't get Kouri, I at least want Ronnie. Yeah, guys, we got. And he's smiling the whole time. No, it's so cool to be here. Oh, I was by the safe. I was watching the safe guy.
Detective,
Hey, we had no idea why they cut her off for her communication with us. Just because she was writing letters and passing notes and trying to give us testimony.
there's several references in that video to McKay. Who is McKay?
McKay King is a prosecutor with the Wasatch County Attorney's Office.
Her first attorney withdrew. Her first and Marguerite is counting, but this is only drink number 2. The first attorney, her first attorney, Sky, withdrew on the grounds that there was some ethical impasse, but for the firm in representing her, which might represent something or might be tied into something with the civil case. But yeah, but she, regardless of her attorney pulling out, she did call her attorney a bitch and say she was dumb. She doesn't know anything. She was Googling Sky's name and everything to see what kind of house she lived in, to know how successful she was. Appearance is everything to Kouri. She can't be. There's attorney-client privilege. You can't. All you got to do is say, like, I cannot, follow the rules of ethics and continue to. It's a very gray area, Holly. Like, you can't say what they did or why. So it just has to be good enough to say, like, yeah, okay, about, or else it's violation of their right to privacy with their attorney, or not right to privacy. Does Kouri have contact with her sons? I don't know. I doubt it. Because if they're with Katie or somebody, Katie's not bringing them to a video interview with Kouri.
He was the prosecutor at the drug court.
I believe so. He's the prosecutor that we talked to and dealt with.
Talked to in terms of getting immunity.
Correct.
There's one.
Okay, Billy, she did say with the civil case. I didn't remember that specifically. But it was with the firm, though. It wasn't necessarily with her. It was with the firm.
More statement that defense counsel picked out. That was that Detective Maynard said, the goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder.
Sky's law group still represents her in the civil case. Interesting, yeah.
Do you recall the context for that statement?
Yes. Detective Maynard was speaking with Carmen about the possibility of having to appear before a grand jury. And he, again, was explaining to her that process and how that works and the details that they needed for that court hearing as well as an investigation. And he was trying to convey to her the level of detail that they needed.
That's more up the chain leadership, like to the highest extreme.
Okay, so we're gonna skip through this as well because we gotta get this train rolling. We've still got another after this. Let's see how much I got left. I got 15 minutes of this left, and then we got the Cross of Driscoll by Gungan.
Living at the home at that time.
They were living there, but we planned the execution of our search warrant intentionally to avoid the boys being home, so we waited till after they went to school.
Oh, so you were planning it all along. What, you want to look guilty in front of the kids?
When detectives executed that warrant, did they recover an orange notebook from a nightstand in the master bedroom on Kouri Richins' side of the bed?
Yes.
Scott, Exhibit 2-66, please.
Somebody saying they withdrew from both cases.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a portion of that orange notebook?
Yes, it is.
Now, Lotto is, check my very professional envelope notes. Josh is Michael Thomas Kelly, who I believe was one of her quote-unquote investors.
Honor, the state.
Yes, non-waivable conflict. That's what it was.
Moves to admit and publish 2-66R.
To renew all our previous objections that have been ruled on by the court already, Your Honor.
Understood. 2-66R is admitted and published.
It's going to be so sad when I have to burn this envelope. All right. Here we go, folks. This is the orange binder, orange notebook that was found in the bottom of the drawer by the private investigator. But here's the thing. Who gives a found it? This is clearly Kouri's handwriting because it's written in the first person. And it agrees with what her stories have been. Okay. Thursday, March 3rd, 2022. The day started out as a typical day. Ashton had a dentist appointment that morning to get a filling put in for his cavity. After the dentist, we headed back home so Ashton could stay home with Weston and Bailey while I went to do my weekly volunteering at the school. Jesus. Man. My weekly volunteering. And after I got home from the soup kitchen, just kidding. That afternoon/evening, I made dinner. We all ate as usual and ended the night like any other evening. Around 8:30, I read the kids' books, and about 9 p.m., I went. There's so much self-serving hearsay, and I mean, there's so much self-elevation in this. Oh, I'm such a good mother. I'm such a good volunteer. I took him to the dentist. What the hell? Around 8:30, I read the kids' books, and about 9 o'clock, they all climbed into bed. Eric had been on his phone most of the evening in a texting war with a hunting guide from Mexico and a few other people trying to get his horns back to the U.S. Okay, so not drugs, right? Around 9 o'clock, 9:15, he was screaming mad at these guys and threw his phone. At that point, he said, quote, "Let's go have a celebration drink," end quote. False. Why would he say it again? He said it in text earlier and you declined him because you said you were busy. The following day, I was closing on a huge investment home in Midway. I'd been working on this deal for 4 months and closing. Notice how none of this has to do with what could possibly have happened that killed her husband. So therefore, this is either the one where she's writing it out for a story she's telling the investigators, or will tell to the detectives that she's memorizing, but it's just a bunch of blah, 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 blah. Or this is for her book. What did I say? I'd been working on this deal for 4 months, and closing day was finally here, and Eric and I were going to toast for the closing. So he went from super pissed about the ram's horns, and then he's like, let's celebrate? Whatever. We went into the kitchen and both started grabbing ingredients for a Moscow Mule and lemon drop shot. Again, this is... Again, I think this is probably just a me thing. This whole, we're going to have a drink and making it like this whole big thing, like process. Like we went around the kitchen, we grabbed the ingredients, and then we made, oh, honey, do you have that vodka? Okay, yeah, I'll make sure to get the sugar for the rim. I'll rim the glasses. Like, what is, this isn't how, this is odd. This is it's being told like, some super old couple, they found out their son's finally engaged. They had him when they were in their 30s or something. So now he's in his late 30s. He's finally getting engaged. And then they're like, honey, grab the peppermint schnapps out of the cupboard, and they blow it up. You're going on grabbing ingredients. Bullshit. He was going on and on about these guys in Mexico and was so mad about the entire situation. I thought he was celebrating. We finished talking. We made our way back to our room and brushed our teeth. It's also, does anyone else here regularly do shots before bed? I can understand maybe the drink is a nightcap, but then we're also doing the lemon drop. She has to be super fancy about everything. That's what's annoying me. As we both climbed into bed, we could hear Ashton moaning and tossing and turning. He was having nightmares again. I told Eric I would go sleep with him and try calm him down. We kissed, said I love you and good night, and I went to Ashton's room and laid with him. 30 minutes later, I could hear Eric snoring, and I finally fell asleep. Well, that doesn't make sense because I thought he was on his phone at 10:30. You said 30 minutes later after 9:15, he's snoring, so that would have been 9:45. March the 4th, 2022, 3:20 a.m. 3:20 a.m. Why don't you just leave the time out, man? I woke up from sleeping with Ashton and went to crawl back in my bed. It was dark and awkwardly quiet. How is it awkwardly quiet in the middle of the night at 3:20 a.m.? Eric snores more times than not, so I thought it was weird. I didn't hear anything. I crawled into bed and went on Eric's side of the bed and put my arm over him. Because you're such a loving wife. Okay. He was cold. Very cold, so I pulled the blanket up on him, but his body just felt so strange to me. It was heavy, is the only word I can think of. That doesn't make sense. No, I know what lemon drop shots are. They're great. But I'm just saying, you're going to go brush your teeth right after that? I had to find this spot here a second. Only word I could think of just oh, sorry. Very cold. So I pulled the blanket up on him, but his body just felt so strange to me. It was heavy is the only word I can think of to describe it. Probably the worst way to describe it. You are describing a weight, like a physical property of a body that you can possibly not know by being next to him. Cold, you could. Stiff, you could. Lifeless, you could. Heavy. So I nudged him and I said, quote, Eric, nothing. I kept nudging him and just remembered the stiffness of his body. I jumped out of bed and ran and turned the lights on. Oh my God. He was pale/yellow, mouth open. Excellent writer here. An urge came over me that this wasn't good. Oh, sure. What tipped you off, Kouri? No breathing, cold, stiff, heavy, yellow and pale, no pulse. Nah, this doesn't seem good. I grabbed my phone and called 911. I ran up to Eric to see if he was breathing or had a pulse, but he didn't. Panic had sunk in as I was talking to dispatch. No, not panic. There's nothing about that call that is panic, ma'am. We've heard it. It is just... She had me pull Eric to the floor to do CPR. As much as I didn't want him basically falling on the ground, because, falling on the ground is worse than death, I pulled him as hard as I could to get him down and began CPR/compressions until the EMT arrived. Bullshit. We heard the call. You didn't. We heard you just go, 3. Okay. I just saw this. I like this. Saying she romanticized. That's what I'm talking about. She's romanticizing this whole thing like they're in Tuscany or just very upper echelon. We're not really drinking. We're having drinks. I don't know if that makes sense. They immediately took over. Come on, stop. I've hit pause. I've only got these on 4-second length. I pulled him as hard as I could to get him down and began CPR/compressions until EMT arrived. They immediately took over. Get out there, fibrillator. Isn't it defibrillator? And started compressions. The worst part of all of it, when I saw they were pumping his lungs and blood went everywhere. Oh my God, there's so much blood. Diane Downs. It's like on replay in my head. And it won't go away. Okay, it is a defibrillator. It's not a fibrillator. Well, she's fibbing, though, so maybe that works. I began screaming at the EMTs that they weren't doing it right. He shouldn't be bleeding. No, he didn't, ma'am. We have the recording. You are not screaming. You're not doing it right. How would I really know what is right and what is wrong? Exactly, because you're a moron and it's on tape and you didn't do it. I have no idea. I screamed, cried, and just sat in the corner of the bedroom by my dresser, rocking back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. No, you really had a 4-year-old temper tantrum. He's like, hoping and praying this was a dream. Fading in and out of the moment. Oh my God. Kouri, go f yourself. Fading in and out of the moment. Yeah. I'm actually shocked she didn't say. I assume it's, then we made love. Tell me you're not writing an actual account when you're writing something. Fading in and out of the moment. Hoping to go back to the night. Hoping to go back to the night. Oh, it's not pausing. Oh, sorry. Back to the night. Sorry. They don't always do a full page. Fading in and out of the moment. Hoping to go back to the night before we were laughing, kissing, and saying goodnight. The EMT finally asked me to leave the room. You can see I was visibly upset and couldn't function. Well, no, you weren't doing anything, ma'am. You were just not answering questions. He took me to the living room and had me sit down. I couldn't. I paced back and forth, this writing, until an officer came out and asked if there was someone I would like to call. I called my mom back to back until she finally picked up. I told her to come quick. The ambulance is here. Something is wrong with Eric. He has signs of death. I was upset and crying still. I hung up and still paced back and forth. I'm not so sure. I think she wrote Firth, Ferth, but maybe it's fourth. Okay. Until I finally just dropped to my knees, praying this wasn't happening. At that point, the head EMT walked into the room and told me, he didn't make it. We did all we could do. I lost it! I immediately ran to the bathroom and began throwing up. During all of this, my kids had woken up and I had quickly yelled for them. I thought they were already awake when you were on the call to 911. Woken up and I quickly yelled for them to stay in their room. They knew something was up. They saw the ambulances and cop cars for what it seemed like hours at this point. I could feel their fear through the walls. What the literal is this writing? You can feel the fear through the walls? But yet didn't have the courage to dare see them or talk to them at this point. Okay, so you're an irresponsible mother. I was curled up around the toilet when my mom walked in with the EMT lady. EMT lady. I could tell she had no words and just rubbed my back. She already knew he was God. The EMT told her. I was distraught. So was she. We couldn't even speak. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Eric's dead. She just started to say, what happened? What? She just started to say, what happened? What happened? But I had no answer for her. I had no idea. We said, I love you. Good night. Again, no quotes. What? Why can't she get punctuation right? She's a writer. She's not putting quotes around things that are said. I went to sleep with Ashen, and that was it. It just didn't make any sense. No, it doesn't. That's why you're on trial for murder. I told them, EMTs, I needed to call my father-in-law. They found my phone for me, and I did. I just said something was wrong with Eric. He needed to come over quick. I told him the ambulance was here, but he wasn't breathing. The odd thing about it was when I had called Gene it was about 3:45, 4 a.m. by this time, and he sounded so perky on the, quote, hello when he answered, almost like he was expecting my call. It was very strange. This is Diane Downs' level bullshit here. Sorry, I muted out bull. Yeah, okay, Kouri. The entire thing was pre-planned. This was all a big setup. They killed Eric to make sure that you would take the downfall. Just in case anyone doesn't understand what this thing just said. What this thing, and by this thing I mean Kouri. I'm not going to do it in the voice either. I'm just going to read it. I needed to call my father-in-law. They found my phone for me, and I did. I just said something was wrong with Eric. He needed to come over quick. I told him the ambulance was here, but he wasn't breathing. The odd thing about when I had called Gene is it was about 3:45, 4 a.m. By this time, and he had sounded so perky on the, quote, hello when he answered, almost like he was expecting my call. It was very strange. And by the way, perky spelled P-U-R-K-Y from this New York Times bestseller. This is so dumb. This is Compass Realty. This is, this is 100% in line with Diane Downs. And hopefully we can only pray that if she gets some life sentence, but in Utah, if there's a possibility of parole, I don't know. Is there a possibility of parole? Hopefully. And we can hear in 30, 40, 50 years, the rambling, mad ravings of Kouri, having fleshed out this story about how everyone knew what to do. Everyone seemed to agree that they knew what was happening, except for me. I was the one that's saying this doesn't make any sense, but everyone else is like, nothing to see here, ma'am. March 7th, picked up truck. March 12th, Cody cleared out garage. March 14th, Cody took computers. Oh! March 4th, Eric passes away. March 5th, friends, Bryce, Chelsea, Allie K, Bree, Ronnie, and Amy. Now, I wonder, is that Kouri's or Eric's sister, Amy? I don't know, but it's definitely no Katie. Sleepover, have a few drinks, and reminisce. We saw you shotgunning beers. We laughed. We cried. We danced all night. Oops. She's my cherry pie. Cool nigga woman, such a sweet surprise. Where's Peaches? Oh yeah, okay, one second. I'm gonna load this in. We laughed, we cried, we danced all night. You danced with her. You dined with her. I always get it wrong when I'm saying it. Suma needs to be here. I don't know why she didn't come. Should be here, Suma. Danced with her. You dined with her. Okay, I'm gonna play some. Now I forgot which slot I put it in. Okay. Right. E slot. Okay. March 5th, friends, Bryce, Chelsea, Allie K, Bree, Ronnie, Amy, sleepover, have a few drinks, and reminisce. We laughed, we cried, we danced all night.
Sucking on my titties like you wanted me, calling me all the time like Blondie. Check out my Chrissy butt.
Earlier in the afternoon, Katie mentioned a green folder. This is when you get to, because this is all Diane Down's conspiracy thing. Katie mentioned a green folder and asked if I knew where it was. I mentioned I didn't know what she was talking about. She quickly changed the subject and said we would figure, quote, this out. March 6th, I call a locksmith to open the safe. March 6th, I called locksmith to open safe to look for his quote, for this quote, green folder, end quote. Katie was talking about, oh, so she didn't want in the safe. She was trying to help out Katie. The safe code had been changed and I couldn't open it. Right, because your husband thought you were going to kill him. Bryce, Amy, Chelsea, Allie, Bree, Ronnie slept over. It's so weird to call it how old are you, man? It's a sleepover? They stayed the night. Amy tried to stop me from opening it. Now, here's a redaction here, which I guarantee is the one they referenced yesterday when they said, when she was like, the defense was like, oh, we want this unredacted. And the judge was like, I cannot think of any reason you would want to unredact that. You've tried to keep it out. Because I guarantee it said, Amy and I fought and the cops were called. I don't know that's what under there, but I guarantee it's something along those lines. March 8th, we met with funeral home / signed with, is that a lawyer maybe? March 11th, funeral. March 22nd, Kouri starts counseling. Okay, now we're going to the third party here. So this makes it seem more like a list. March 26th, boys started counseling. Oh, of course. Start the boys counseling after your own, right, Kouri? Nobody, because you were doing it for appearances, and then like people were like, oh, are the boys going to counseling? She's like, for what? Oh, yeah, their dad's dead. Oh, yeah, I guess I should do that. April 11th, Detective Woody called and asked to talk on the 12th or 13th. Sky told me to tell her the 14th. April 13th, search warrant on house. Oh, I forgot here. Let me put this in here. March 28th, filed first complaint against the trust for the house. So you were suing them already. Yep, okay. May 3rd, filed for partial summary judgment on C&E. You greedy bitch. January 10th, Woody calls Chelsea in for an interview. January 12th, Chelsea goes in for an interview, is lied to that she was the last person I talked to at 11 p.m. Chelsea checks her phone records. We never spoke that night. So who gives a shit? January 13th, Jim drives red truck for oil change. Cody finds out and goes to get it. So you were driving this truck around for 9 months, ma'am. July 17th, 2022. Wait, how's it 2022 now? Ma'am. Is this supposed to be June 13th? Find out about the private investigator. He was outside my neighbor's while Carter's 10th birthday party was happening. September 7th, Amy driving by the house trying to take pictures. What the hell? What do you mean she was driving by trying to take pictures? How would it be that hard? Drive by, picture. What are you standing on your front lawn, ma'am? Just watching 24/7 for somebody driving by? Pamela Searchich, $4.99 super sticker. Thank you very much. November 22nd, Katie files motion to bring boys in on case. November 30th, first court hearing. Katie and Amy would not turn on cameras. I don't believe that. Judge reschedules court for March 2nd to determine if kids need to be involved and if the PI has to follow subpoena and give us all his info. November 7th, Amy is served subpoena. January 3rd, Kouri, goddamn dates. How are we going? November, January. January 3rd, Mike Malrose gets interviewed. Malrose? November 23rd, 2022. I found out Eric had been consulting a divorce attorney. Ma'am. Wait a minute, ma'am. You're on the phone saying that you knew that he had consulted a divorce attorney. That's why you did before he died. So how did you find out on the 23rd of 2022? This is not good. No, I mean, this is my voice. This is not good.
Detective O'Driscoll did, detectives also execute a search warrant at the Willow Court home on November the 7th, 2024.
Yes.
Scott, Exhibit 2-65, please. Is this an accurate depiction, a document recovered from the kitchen cabinet of the home pursuant to that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-65.
No objection.
2-65 is admitted.
So that list, I think this is the purple marker in the thing, whatever. Eric Home 6630 -- She's leaving herself space if she needs to fill anything in. Fighting with Mexican. Oh, just because she's calling somebody Mexico, you think you're Mexican? Racist? Drink in bed. He drank half, brushed his teeth. I was in bed after I brushed mine, talked through the doorway. Moscow Mules, lemon water, vodka, rum. January through March 21st, gone. That's probably referring to her phone, all the messages, and when she was asked about it, and she's like, there's just no way. Funeral, didn't have my phone. Kids went to kids bed around 9 o'clock. Drank around 9 p.m. in bed around 9:30, 9:45. I laid down, instant heard. Ashton went in, came back at 3. Mom came. This is pretty shitty notes.
Did Kouri and Eric Richins exchange text messages regarding the Midway mansion?
Yes. I believe those were located on Eric's phone.
Scott, Exhibit 2-17D, please.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Please.
There's a guy down here that is going to buy the sheep tag from Todd next year, and he tried to get the tag from me today and said I was crazy for not shooting the ram we saw. He wasn't even that big. I don't know if you're talking about the guy or the ram. But okay. This is from Kouri to Eric. How much money you got, bro? I'll sell it for 15K. Hey, while you're sitting down there doing nothing, need your opinions. I know this may change with Jeff said, but for now, I have to put together an analysis for Matt, which is what I'm doing now because he has an investor that is thinking he will come in at the full 2.9. I estimated costs of the following. I need estimated costs of the following: exterior work, HVAC, plumbing, electrical, flooding, painting, sheetrock, pool, missing equipment, VR and golf, tile, cabinets, appliances, light fixtures, finish work, landscaping. So basically, you need everything done for you. Add up to $4 million. He knows these are guesses, but wants a breakdown. I love how she's doing this like at last minute, like it's a last minute homework assignment. You should know this all before you ever buy anything with it or buy any property. And Eric says, I have no idea. I would be way off just trying to guess. And Kouri sends him a GIF. And he replies back, it's bedtime. Why are you still up? Oh, wait. Yeah, she says, I need to have this done. He has a meeting with him tomorrow. So you left it till the last minute. Well, I think it will come out to about 6 million. Now, obviously, this is a sarcastic answer. Saying it's at least 6 million. She says, OMG, ha ha ha, never mind. Again, it's writer. Never mind. And it says, to fix all the rotted plywood and everything else, $125K. I think that is very low. Exterior work, $650K. HVAC, $200K. Plumbing, $200K. Electrical, $200K. Flooring, $250K. Painting, $150K. Sheetrock, $150K. Pool, $300K. Climbing wall, basketball court, golf simulator, $600K. Tile, $125K. Cabinets, $150K. Appliances, $100K. Light fixtures, $50K. Finish work, $200K. And landscaping and driveway and pulling the sewer and electrical, $750K. Not sure what that adds up to, but that's my guess. What about insulation? It's going to have to replace all that. It's not just the wood. Either it's not in there to begin with, or they need to put it in there and then will cost it. Plus, they have to dehumidify the entire thing. Thank you, kind sir. That's what I needed. Go to bed. Love you. $4.2. She added up all the costs. Love you. Good night. And $250,000 more in the driveway and landscape. Okay, cool. Done. 4.45 million. Still not bad. All in at 7.35. It's not 7.35 though, man. Remember, you're borrowing 3.2 million. So that'd make it 7.65 million. You keep seeming to forget that. But anyway, still not bad. All in 7.35. Sell for 14 million to be safe. Yeah, to be safe. Yeah, but I bet I'm low on a... Oh, sorry. This is Eric. Yeah, but I bet I'm low on a bunch of things. And remember how we don't have time to do this project? That's fine. He said he knows it's a guess for now. No, we're not doing it, but Matt doesn't finance anything without an analysis to give his investors. They want to see some sort of numbers. Well, that sentence doesn't make sense. No, we're not doing it, but I have to send this thing. Why are you doing this? And he sends a picture.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text message between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, that's correct.
So we've read these before, but you want to grab lunch today with a celebratory shot? This is the day before he died. I can't. Celebratory shot tonight. So we did one tonight and tomorrow night. I got to do all the final prep work this morning because everyone is funding tomorrow. And then I promised Virginia. Is this supposed to be Virginia? Because it looks like Virgina. 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 I would go on a walk with her 1 to 2 because we didn't have time yesterday. I'm sorry. Okay, love you. No, I think it's Virginia. She just misspelled it, right? Otherwise, it's Virgina. Just like Regina or Regina. Virginia? Virginia? That doesn't... Whatever. I'll never get it right.
Is this an accurate depiction of a May 24th, 2023 text message between Kouri Richins?
Yeah, she was hanging out with Miss Vagina. Right?
And her brother, DJ Kouri?
Yes, it is.
So this is jail texts, like an idiot, between DJ and Kouri. DJ says, did Eric ever talk about suicide? And she says, not suicide specifically. He'd always say things like, if anything ever happened to me, you guys will be set for life. Like when you would go hunting or snowmobiling, that kind of thing.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a May 23rd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother, Lisa Darden?
The date I'm seeing is May 31st.
Sorry, May 31st.
But yes, between Miss Richins and Lisa Darden.
All right. So there's a couple here. So she says, oh, okay, cool. Hayden? Who's that? The guy that worked for us? And her mom says, yes. Say, yes. And she said, that's weird. About what? I hardly even know him. It's like 1,000,000 years ago. I have to check my pictures. I helped him do a business license and get insurance one time. Another one in the waiting. Another one wanting their 15 minutes of fame. Oh, God.
Is this an accurate transcription and audio recording of an August 22, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and Lisa Darden?
The transcript does represent that, yes. I don't have the audio recording, but the transcript is accurate.
Picked up the sandwiches from the...
All right, so we've got the jail calls now between Kouri and her mom, and then there's going to be one between Kouri and Ronnie. But these are the jail calls that don't look good at all because they're basically saying, oh, how stupid is everyone? Or they're just obsessed? Are they obsessed with me? This guy's so obsessed with me. All right, jail calls. Here we go.
Diner. Are you asking me that? Yes. Oh, I did. I thought so. Okay, that's enough of that. Ronnie said no.
At least her mom has the common sense to go, okay, that's enough of that. Let's not talk about it anymore than incriminating stuff here.
No. I said, Ronnie, yes. And there was something about a love letter put on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. I said, I don't think so, Ronnie. I never heard that.
Yeah, the quality does suck, but what are you going to do? They're basically mocking the fact that the prosecution is alleging that she left a love note with the sandwich on the seat that in the attempt to kill him on Valentine's Day.
I said, I believe they were eating in the office. Yeah, supposedly you could love.
They're eating in the office. We did. No, you were out with banging your boyfriend.
A love letter on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches.
No, this is jail audio.
No. Yeah, exactly.
No? That's the look she gives every witness. No? I mean, that's this look. No? Excuse me.
Office? Yeah. So it's just bullshit shit. Yeah. He became
lots of chest breathing.
Ill.
Well, Bailey was there. Like,
and that's what I put. Yeah. That's what I put.
God, they can come up with some wild shit. I told DJ, I was like,
it's not that wild, though. They're like, well, we leave him a Valentine's Day note with a poison sandwich on Valentine's Day? A love note on Valentine's Day? That would be normal to leave the love note on Valentine's Day. To leave with the poison sandwich just so he eats it and doesn't get suspicious, but it's not impossible to put a fake love letter on Valentine's Day next to the sandwich you poisoned to try and kill him as you're going to visit and bang your boyfriend.
what do these people do? Just sit around a damn table and see who can come up with the craziest...
That's the least crazy thing. It's not crazy at all, ma'am.
Story?
Well, you know,
That makes sense to them?
Yeah,
So they're saying I put a love note on a poisoned sandwich and put it in his car? What the hell?
yes.
I'm taking off the weight because I don't think there's any more reading. Thank God.
God, look at this psycho. Here's a poisoned sandwich I gave you, and here's a love note on Valentine's Day. Like, what the...
Like, why the f*** I read a love note on Valentine's Day? That's the craziest thing ever. Kouri, do you hear yourself? Do you hear the words coming out of your mouth?
Huh?
Yeah, I'm back. Kouri's gone.
On the seat of his truck is what it said.
What in the hell?
I just can't stand this constant. I'm going to stop mentioning it because it just bothers me. So this constant, what in the hell are they talking? Like they said, Bigfoot came down, beat you with a wiffle ball bat to death, and then, and then you hired Bigfoot to beat Eric to death with a wiffle bat. That is crazy.
Oh my God, they are nuts. And they're gonna feel so stupid. And that's the thing, I feel like all of America, really. When people get up to actually testify and say, no, that is a lie, that did not happen.
Well, there's only one person who can testify to that not happening, Kouri. That would be you. You would have to go on the stand and say, no, I didn't leave a note. But she's saying that's when like all of America is going to hear when I come up and say, no, that's a lie. Mm-hmm.
I was there. You can't compete with somebody who was actually there.
You weren't there. You were with your boyfriend.
On your belief.
Right. You know, so
I feel a little bit. You missed Miss Vagina. Why don't you just come on up, Sumo? Or are you hanging out with other guys?
I'm just like, you know, and the stupid part is the freaking detectives, O'Driscole, all those idiots.
All those idiots.
They know this.
Yeah, they know you were with your boyfriend, so they know you weren't there.
When they were at my house, I told them this.
And I lied when they were here. They know that they know. I told them that I was there.
But there again, will you have through anyway? And I almost wonder if they didn't tell the prosecutor. So they're saying it was on.
Yeah, Kouri, it's a whole conspiracy. The detectives, you told the detectives the truth, and the detectives are like, you know, we're just going to keep that from the prosecution. It won't ever come up in trial later.
They're saying just a few days later, Valentine's Day, Kouri made Eric a sandwich and placed it on the seat of his truck along with the supposed love note. Oh my gosh, what the hell?
What the hell? I would never make Eric anything. I'm a lazy piece of shit.
And then the next question is,
and here's the thing. Now we know that she bought the sandwich from Midway River Diner or whatever. Does that make a difference that she bought the sandwich instead of making it? She ordered it. She left it for him, then went to see her boyfriend.
is when Eric ate the sandwich, he immediately broke out in hives, had trouble breathing. He later told his friend he thought Kouri tried to poison him.
Which we've heard testimony on. Oh, is that the same kind of laughter you were doing on Valentine's Day? Kouri, with all your friends with the yucks? Or not Valentine's Day, February 22nd, 6 days later, or 8 days later. Yeah.
It is so fucking sad that you would go.
It's sad. It's so sad.
To this. Mm-hmm.
Like you would go to this. This isn't that big of a stretch. Poisoning something is not necessarily. It's not complicated. It's not very sophisticated.
Lie. And Austin was right. I did go back and look where they do start with, I believe. Well, I'm going to have a whole bunch of I believe today when Rick calls me. Well, exactly. And that's what I was like, well, you believe that I believe this. Yes. Exactly. Oh my gosh, they're ridiculous.
Yeah, you believe this, Kouri, but nobody else believes you.
So Ronnie said, when are you calling him? And I said, I'm not. He's supposed to call me today. I said, and then I want my questions answered. I believe. I'll show you, I believe. And he just sent me a text and asked me when I'm free today. But just sure as I say, go ahead and call. Ronnie's going to call back and we're not done.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a transcript of a second August 22nd, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and this time her brother, Ronnie, regarding Valentine's Day 2022?
Erica sandwich and put a love note on.
Okay, so now it is her talking to Ronnie. Ronnie.
The sandwich was poison.
Oh my God, I know. It's like, no the fuck.
Just the indignation of this Richins family, or I guess Kouri family, Darden, whatever, that this is the most insane idea ever. It's posturing.
That did not happen.
And this is why Ronnie's an idiot. There's no way he could know that this didn't happen the way it's being said.
I was like, no, that didn't happen. Here's what happened.
I had to do research for that. Yeah, no, I just went around my neighborhood randomly knocking. Sorry, for those who aren't following along, I told that one girl, Melly, that I did research, and there is, in fact, more than one girl named Melly. So what I knocked on about 1,000 doors until I found a second one.
And he can testify. That's not, who fucking lived there. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
Like, that's not at all what happened. Where the fuck are you getting this bullshit?
Yeah, and like I even like have
No!
like my bank statement and stuff showing that I bought lunch at Mirror Lake.
Okay, yeah, and that's what they presented in the case, isn't it? So your thought that the whole thing swings on, like, I didn't make him the sandwich. Yeah, you bought it at Mirror Lake at 9 a.m. and then we're off to your boyfriend's.
Like I didn't make any fucking.
Yeah, I know. I was like, no.
No, you didn't make the sandwich itself. You put the poison inside of it.
I was like, no. These sandwiches are bought from a restaurant from a diner up the road. Receipts to prove it. This shit didn't happen. They're working in the office, and Nanny's there to testify that all of this is true, and everything they just said is complete horseshit.
Detective, are you familiar with what is known as the walk the dog letter?
All right, here we go.
Is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September the 12th or 13th, 2023?
And the defense is going to object here because they're stupid, but you're going to lose this argument, defense, if you they don't like that, like, oh, it wasn't written to her mother. So are you going to claim it was a book again? Because this is all addressed to her mother that she's holding up to the glass for.
That investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023 from a book that was among...
No, this is not her children's book. This is the Walk the Dog letter.
Kouri Richins' personal possession.
This is that letter. It has redactions, but yes, this is that letter.
Starting at the top where it says page 1, read this letter aloud.
Page 1, walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember. Here is what I'm thinking, but you have...
Oh, I cut it out then. She objected, saying, I object. It's not proof that, it was written to her mother. Well, very clearly is. I'm going to move myself again. And thankfully, for once, the detective reads it, so I don't have to read it anymore. And if any of you are curious to get my take on the Walk the Dog letter, it's in the playlist for the Kouri Richins trial, which is in the description of this video, but I did a whole video on the Walk the Dog letter.
Have to talk to Ronnie. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. Upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of the kids. There are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor or in the chair. Ronnie
Flashes of Amber Heard
should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted anyone to know he had an issue, especially get caught. He always wanted Kouri to go down for him. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Kouri's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That way, if they were caught, Kouri got in trouble, not him. Once they got to wherever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag, and it would cause a huge fight. She was pissed he would risk her going to jail for his drug use. He just would laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Kouri has never done any type of pills, didn't like them. Rarely would she consume THC, only if Eric begged her because it was a special occasion. Reword this however he needs to make the point. Just include it all. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs. Ronnie will have the messages to prove Eric confided in him about getting high. It can be short and to the point, but has to be done. Upon information and belief, LOL. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because he hid it in allergy bottle in work truck, and Cody emptied out work truck within a week, so they were never found. When you talk to Ronnie about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes your house and phone are bugged. Maybe drive down to SL and meet him after work without Bree. Tell Ronnie, don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation, LOL. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home and then we will get those damn bitches. Also, please text Lotto or call. Tell him do not text me anything about us doing things together ever. Like church, skiing, trips, nothing that puts us together. It doesn't look good. We're so close to the end. Let's push through. Have the conversation with Ronnie before he meets with Sky. Then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there. We're almost there. Love you to the moon. Take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog.
Detective, does Sky in that letter refer to Sky Lazaro, Kouri Richins, former defense counsel?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Now we are going to get into the cross. I got an email from Sumi here. I just tried to click on it, and then my computer was like, this is a virus, this is a virus, this is a virus. So I don't know why Sumi's sending me viruses. But as a palate cleanser, in between the break, before we get the gun... What? No, that's not the right one. Menu file. Day 12.2. Before we get the Gungan up here, let's just look at a little Dexter.
What you saying, boy? You shoot a boy. We don't care who you shot. We talking money, round rich. We don't care what you got. Bitch, I got 6 dead hitting. Boy, I don't give a f. Especially when I'm lit. Real shit. This is the bitch to line you up. Boy, I don't chit chat. When I click clack, I might ask what's up. Pull up in the Aston, pull up in the hoopty, then you just give talking about rapid fire, automatic. Everybody, said everybody, lay 'em right there where they stand. You ain't spraying nothing, you ain't laying nothing. You ain't saying nothing. You ain't saying nothing. You do some niggas out here putting that work in. And I'm cool like that cup I put my perp in. You ain't about the strap, you ain't about that knife. You ain't about that life. You ain't about that gangsta. You ain't about that. When it's on, we at your broad day or night. You ain't about that, right? You ain't about that life, that gangsta. We about that.
God, those eyes are terrifying. He's a psychopath. Very anxious. Very anxious. Very, very anxious. All right. Yeah, no walk the cat letter. Well, you can't walk a cat. You will claw your face off if you try to do that. All right, Gungan. Here we go. For everyone here, remember, hit the like button. Maybe we say Josh Grossman. Maybe he'll appear in the chat again.
Please.
Thank you. Let's jump right back into that letter since we're on it while it's fresh on our memory. It's Exhibit 286 for the record.
You want me to put it back up?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
There you go.
Thank you so much. All right, so this letter that you
Soviet Russia, you don't walk cat walks you.
Just read aloud. Do you know the date that it was written?
I believe it was September either 12th or 13th.
Okay. And in this letter, the very beginning letter tells, I guess if it's her mother that she's addressing it to, if that's what you say, that to remind Ronnie to tell Sky this story, correct?
Well, what part are you referencing?
The story about what Eric told him about getting fentanyl from Mexico.
There is a part that says tell Sky at the meeting next week.
Okay. So it looks like there's about to be a meeting with her lawyer, Sky, right?
I have no idea if that happened or if that was about to happen.
Okay, well, that's what it says.
It says at the meeting next week.
All right. So there's a meeting.
So Hope Camp says, I've seen videos of people that walk cats on a leash, but I doubt mine would be down for that. Well, this is a very sad story, but also kind of humorous. My wife, when they were growing up, they were kids. Her brother tried to walk their cat Fluffy or something one time, and the cat got away on the leash, and then they later found it deceased in a tree, and they said it got caught, and I said, no, I'm pretty sure the cat just hung itself because it didn't want to be walked. Like, the cat was like, no, I'm not doing it. I know it's dark humor. Everyone relax. I am not advocating for the death of cats. Jesus. I got to do disclaimers on my own channel.
Coming up with the lawyer, and Kouri is relaying something that Ronnie had known from the past, and something that occurred between him and Eric in the past, right? When they were watching a football.
I'm not joking about the dead cat. I'm explaining that the cats are so anti-dog that they would rather just, end it all. But in fairness, I would do the same thing if I was forced to go out and walk or jog. I've done this since college.
Ball game.
Pause for a moment. Go ahead, Mr.
Objection. I found it.
Dexter would strangle me with the leash if I tried that. He would strangle me, not himself.
Sustained.
Okay, let's blow it up. We're going to get very particular. All right. A year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and then she tells a story about something that Eric allegedly told Ronnie, right? And just by the way, if you could go up just a little bit above that.
Wait for the answer.
Wait, before let me rephrase. Katie, if you could go back up to he will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week, just start right there and then highlight. And then thank you. I'll rephrase.
You're withdrawing that question?
Yes, sir, I am. So he's going to need to tell Sky next week about a year prior to his death, something Eric told Ronnie, allegedly, right? About his trips to Mexico.
Your Honor, there's no question there.
It ends in a question mark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right?
It includes the word allegedly.
Yes. Right?
Any other objection?
Your Honor, perhaps you could just re-ask it again.
Sure. One more time, Ms. Nestor.
In the letter, because you said you weren't sure, so we're looking right at the letter. In the letter, she says at a meeting with Sky next week, and she talks about.
This would be a good drinking game, though. How many times Gungan says, okay, I'm trying to be precise, like everyone, like people are being sticklers for it, and then she continues to not be precise. Gungan, this is a criminal trial where you've stressed heavily later where my client is on trial for murder. You don't know what this is? Gungan, it's the same thing if you said, you introduced testimony where you're saying, you see, he already said, Kouri didn't murder Eric, and then the actual text is, Kouri did murder Eric. Like, that's a comma and a T. You have to be precise. Be precise, Gungan.
Ronnie telling a story about a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie being over watching football one Sunday and talking to him about his trips to Mexico, right?
That's what the document says.
Okay. As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go to Ronnie and say, hey, did this happen?
I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie. I don't think it was me, but I believe one of the other investigators reached out to Ronnie for interview and were not able to talk to him.
So the answer is you were never able to confirm or deny with Ronnie whether this actually happened.
Ronnie wouldn't talk to the investigators. Is that what you wanted out there, Gungan?
I was not.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Then she tells a story about Eric putting drugs in her bag at the airlines right before they board. You see that? Can you highlight it, please, Katie? Now, that story has been verified by Allie Staking, her friend that testified before this jury, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Have you been sitting in this?
The objection's over.
Yeah, that one girl, Mel, you said, I can't stand when she says, that's fair. It's almost as bad. It's not as bad, in my opinion, of when Zelda goes, okay. That's what you see. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that right?
Could you rephrase the question?
That story about Eric putting drugs in Kouri's bag when they would travel and causing a fight was verified in this courtroom by Allie Staking under oath. Is that correct?
It was verified as she said that it was a joke one time.
I listened to Ms. Staking's testimony. She told of one incident when that happened.
Okay.
This says Eric would, as if it happened multiple times, so I don't know. I just know what I heard Ms. Staking testify to.
Did you ever ask any of Kouri's friends or family if they knew of situations where it had happened before?
Where what had happened before?
Where Eric had put drugs
Oh, Kouri is all about the looks in this one.
in Kouri's luggage when they traveled?
I don't recall asking that specific question, but I think I heard about it coming up. I don't remember who the conversation was with, but I think I had heard something to this effect before.
Was it involving a trip to Mexico?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Do you remember where the trip was involved?
I don't. Sorry.
So at least someone in your investigation did at least suggest that they knew of another situation besides Hawaii where Eric did this.
No, I don't know if it was a separate one or if they were referencing the same one. I don't know for sure.
All right. If we could go to the bottom of highlight the bottom half for me. All right. There's references in here that Ronnie will have messages on his phone to prove Eric confided in him about getting high, right?
West Coast Match Fighter says, I saw this. It was the most exciting part of the day. I think you and I disagree on the definition of the word exciting. This was the most frustrating period of the day for me.
That's what this text says.
As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go check Ronnie's phone to see if those existed to verify this?
I was made aware of this letter after May 8th.
Of 2023.
Of 2023.
Okay.
Like I said, I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie to talk to him in general about the case, and he denied letting us talk to him. So no, I was never able to confirm this with his cell phone.
So we
Okay, defense. Can you produce evidence that shows that you checked Ronnie's phone? No, we don't have to. We don't have to produce anything. That's burden shifting.
sure have sat in this courtroom and listened to a lot of testimony about search warrants to seize phones. You know how to do that, right?
I do know how to do that.
Didn't issue a search warrant to get Ronnie's phone to see if that happens to be true.
No, but like I said, this information came to me well after May 8th, 2023.
Okay, sir, that's 3 years ago, right?
Yep.
And isn't it true you issued a search warrant as recently as 2 months ago to search the house for, I think, the 10th or 11th time?
No, Suma, don't. Suma, I feel like you're behind here. Suma definitely sent me a virus. I opened it and it gay porn bombed my computer, which is, that's classic Suma. Congratulations, Pamela Searchich.
Time, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then can we go to the very last little bit about they never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house? At the bottom? Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Suma or ex-Derek and I have to constantly roll the dice, like 50-50 coin flip whenever Suma sends us a link. Is this going to be another gay porn bomb?
I can see that.
You can see it? Great. Okay. So, again, this refers to the previous page where Eric allegedly told Ronnie that he kept his...
Yeah, it did just blend in with my other tabs, though. So it wasn't obvious at first because I had already 100 gay porn tabs open, but then when I saw there was like 120, I was like, wait a minute.
At the bottom? Yes, please. Thank you.
I can see that.
You can see it? Great. Okay. So, again, this refers to the previous page where Eric allegedly told Ronnie that he kept his drugs in an allergy bottle in his work truck so that Kouri wouldn't find it, right?
Objection, Foundation. That's not what the previous page says.
We just go back to the previous page.
Sure.
I was like, these aren't my
Absolutely.
regular
Katie, can you go back to the first
gay
page?
porn
You
links.
find this section in there about where he kept his drugs? Let's see. Yep. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them. Isn't that what that says?
The whole sentence says Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them.
Yeah, look at her. She's like, yeah, exactly. That's I hate this face. Kouri, that does not make you innocent of murder. Yeah.
Pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them.
And by the way, this was seized September 14th of 2023, correct?
She can't even keep her mouth physically closed. She wants to testify.
I believe so, yes.
And at that point, had you revealed to Kouri that you had found an empty hydrocodone bottle in Eric's nightstand the day of his death? Had you ever revealed that to her or her lawyer at this point?
I personally didn't find the bottle.
Okay.
It was located on the night of Eric's death and was transported with his body to the ME's office.
There's no way for Kouri to know that when she wrote this, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, that's fair. All right, go back to what we were just talking about, to the bottom of the second page. All right, the never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because Eric hid it in an allergy bottle in the work truck, right? So that connects to what we just saw on the first page of what he allegedly told Ronnie, right?
What is your question? Yes, I can see that this document says that.
And the next sentence says, and Kouri I'm sorry, it's cut off on my screen, but not that one. I'm going to share a screen with the jury. And Kouri emptied out work truck within a week. We've heard that verified by Kouri in this courtroom that he said to the jury under oath, correct? While you were sitting in here.
Objection, Foundation. I don't think that's what he said.
Sustained. You got to rephrase.
Did Kouri come pick up the work truck within a few days of Eric's death?
I'm not personally aware.
Did you sit in this courtroom here and testify to that?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, I sat in the courtroom. Yes, I heard his testimony. I don't remember exactly what he said, but
And just in case the jury has been so focused on that witness box that they don't notice what's happening back here, you've actually been in this courtroom every single day, every single minute, listening to every single person testify, right?
nearly, yeah.
Actually, we need the gopher on that one. This guy's been sitting there every day listening to everything.
Almost.
Maybe a bathroom break here and there, which you're entitled to. Okay. All right, let's take that down. Now, I want to go back to... Oh, by the way, The just last little thing on the walk the dog letter, and then I swear I'll quit beating a dead horse. But the walk the
Will you? Because, ma'am, I'm looking at my timestamp here. We're at 6 minutes in. I've sped this up to condense it down to 40 minutes and cut out pauses. You did this for over an hour and a half. You're 10% through not beating a dead horse.
dog letter.
I mean, she does move on to other topics, but Gungan.
To your knowledge, was the walk the dog letter ever delivered to Kouri's mom, to her brother, to the lawyer, to anybody?
It was held up to the glass so Kouri's mom could read it. But obviously, it wouldn't have been delivered if they found it in her jail cell and confiscated it. Are you this dense, Gungan?
I don't believe so, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now let's back up just a little bit to your entry into this case. Oh, I left my notes. May I please return? I'm too excited and ran up here too fast and left all my questions for you on the back.
You were too excited and ran up here too fast? Ma'am, I believe there was a break before this. And left on my question. So disorganized, so sloppy.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the time. So you basically, before you even entered this case as the new head of the investigation.
Lead investigator.
Lead investigator. Thank you so much. I want to use your terminology. Before.
No, it's just the terminology, not your term. It's not his he's not giving himself pronouns here or descriptions. It's the description. It's on his CV.
That you did what's called a trash cover at Carmen's house, right?
I call it a trash rip.
A trash what?
Rip.
Rip. Okay, I've never heard that.
Yeah, Tori Massey. I got there on the Daryl Brooks trial, so
you did a
but I think that I had this thought because somebody mentioned in comments the other day innocence culture or something. I think I was referring to like maybe somebody said about Brian. Oh, it was when I put the image up of telling that Proberger, the guy that is continuing to make videos about how Brian Kohlberger is actually innocent, and this is all big setup, and I sent the $2 super chat, tell him you're a moron. Because people are still watching him, and he's doing daily videos. I think there is some kind of twisted, perverse psychology thing in people's minds where they're going to these chats. They think every trial is the Karen Reed trial. Like, man, this is such a setup. What are you talking about? This guy I saw on Court TV, he's constantly throwing out like Utah courtroom rules. And then I asked him, I was like, okay, so when she's convicted and the jury, you know, or he was talking about like, well, 95% of the people in this county know a Richins because the Richins are everywhere. I was like, okay, so, but I would say the evidence against her is worse than her victim's last name, right? And I said, well, when the jury convicts her, is that going to be enough for you? Or are you going to say it wasn't a fair trial? If she was found innocent, though, is that then a fair trial? Like, can you say just right now it's not a fair trial, so no matter what happens, it needs to be redone?
Trash rip at Carmen's house, correct?
You referenced a time frame. I don't remember.
Yeah, exactly. Pamela Sertich. I'm terrible with reading names, so don't anyone get offended when I mispronounce the name. It's just how I see the letters. It's weird. I'm a numbers guy, right? But I think one thing we can all hang our hats on in this chat as the members of this community is I never pretend that any of us are not morons, right? Or not, wait, no, that's wrong. That's not, no. These are criminal morons. I never pretend that any of us know what we're talking about in terms of actual like facts and like how the legal system works, right? We're not going to be making good rulings. We have common sense here, but we don't know the actual minutia of how the rules apply. That's why we have people like Rob and the ADR Pro that can tell us how something works, right? And we ask, but we never pretend, oh, yep. All I do is look at what I'm seeing and react to it. That's what all of you do too. But we're not legal experts, okay? And that's what makes this the greatest channel on YouTube. Okay, Meow Meow doesn't even have any idea what we're talking about.
Remember what you said? Could you rephrase it?
Would it refresh your memory that around February 21st of 2023, you
Yes, we are we are more like the jury here. We're using our common sense.
searched Carmen's trash?
It was probably around that time, yeah.
Before you were technically the lead investigator of this case.
That's possible, yeah.
And you said you found some foil, right?
Yes.
And that's usually an indication that someone's been maybe freebasing, heating it up in foil, and then smoking it, typically?
I don't know the term freebasing, but from my...
It's weird that he doesn't know the term freebasing, because I know the term freebasing, but he's much younger, and Gungan is older like me, and she knows it. I knew it from the movie Traffic from 2000. Is this like freebasing? And he's like, and it's Eric from that 70s show, and he's like, no, it is freebasing.
The 80s. I'm old, so you probably don't know that term, but...
From my experience, people will put a substance, any substance that they want to smoke on top of tinfoil.
Yeah. Smoke it up on the tinfoil. Smoke it up. The motto actually for this channel is, instead of like, well, whatever I said, exposing morons, also it should be like, stop pissing on my legs. One leg. Stop pissing on my one leg. I'm not buying your bullshit.
They'll heat it from underneath with a lighter or torch, and then they'll smoke the fumes that come off of the substance.
Okay. And did you test the substances that you recovered from her trash that day?
I believe we submitted some of those pieces of paraphernalia to be tested, but I don't remember if we ever got results for them. If they were only Nick tested, I don't remember. Have to check records.
Would it refresh your memory to say that only meth and heroin were recovered and no fentanyl?
Like I said, I can't remember without checking my records.
You certainly...
Yeah, stop pissing on my leg and telling me it's raining. That's my email to Josh, my response to his picture that he sent me. I said, that's basically what this channel is. Me just ranting about stop pissing on my leg and telling me it's raining.
We can't tell the jury under oath that they got fentanyl out of her trash that day, right?
No, I don't remember us finding anything that was confirmed as fentanyl.
Okay. And then at the end of March, end of March, I believe, someone started tracking Carmen's car. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that you all or was that Mr. Gabler?
Who is you all?
The law enforcement, sorry.
We did apply for a GPS tracker warrant for Carmen's vehicle, yes.
All right.
I assume Sue is making fun of me in this comment, as usual, but yeah, that one girl, Melody, I just don't see him as so good looking. Not that it matters. He's a little too fair.
And then you get to be assigned a lead investigator around April the 11th.
I think it was in March sometime. I would have to check my notes again, but I believe it was about mid-March, early to mid-March.
Okay.
Which is actually kind of nice. I would expect Suma to say much more things instead of he actually kind of he's a little too fair or whatever. I expect much harsher things based on our chat history.
And the first real step that you took as lead investigator, would it be fair to say that was when you applied for a warrant for Kouri and Eric's cell phones?
Oh. It's been just as long for me as everybody else. So I remember that I applied for a warrant for, well, I'm sorry, I don't remember. One of the first things I remember doing is applying for a search warrant for medical records for Kouri.
For Kouri?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, all right. And did you also apply for medical records for Eric?
I think those had already been requested or seized subject to a warrant.
By Detective
You know what,
Actually, I think she did testify to that. I think that's right.
on this.
I believe so. One of the investigators previous to my getting into the case.
And then you decided to knock on Kouri's.
Yeah, but everyone knows. Okay, she's about to say like, "Oh, this was a setup here," but I know Suma might have been talking about Lawyer No. But here's the thing: I find Lawyer No super sexy. I could look at that man all day long. I'm just not going to listen to him, and I'm heterosexual. But that's how good looking that. It's really the head of hair. Look at that, that head of hair. How can you resist that? For those of you who weren't here on night 10, I'll do another palate cleanser here set. Sue and I were recalling a text conversation that we had together where Suman was very inappropriate, but she was trying to bring up something I said that was inappropriate about a hand grenade. And I've kind of rearranged it so we can know what we're talking about here. But we were talking about the fat activist who got arrested at the hospital. Remember that the woman who was like 800 pounds? Like,
Yes.
and she's like, rape, rape.
Yeah, they have to like, I don't know. She was just
She's
on the
rolled
tarmac for like 3 hours.
I said, if I ever start making, quote, if I ever start making, quote, body positive, end quote, content, mail me a hand grenade with the pin, without the pin. And then, you followed it up with actual LOL. And then I said, if I ever start rating different rascal scooters, mail me some high quality anthrax. Oh, thank you for reminding me of that.
Yeah, thank you for finding it.
Yes, that is my testimony on direct.
Okay. Now let's go to the one of the safe. Can you pull up the clip?
I just had an idea, Suma. There should be a model like this Patreon, like group chat. We should come up with a subscription or some kind of service. There should be a service out there where we can allow people to join our chat between you, me, and X Jerick, but they can't comment or they could just view it. How do you know I'm not losing my hair or I haven't lost my hair before? Are you an anti-baldite?
I think that's right.
I believe so. One of the investigators previous to my getting into the case.
And then you decided to knock on Kouri's door and interview her, right?
At one point I did, yeah.
And when you showed up to interview...
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond.
Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment? I need to go chat with my co-counsel for just 1 second.
No problem.
And again, this is a nothing burger. Okay, you showed up and said, oh, you had these texts there, but then it turned out they didn't have it. Yeah, they made a mistake, but it was based on what they had seen. And it looked like something had been deleted, which makes sense. And Kouri deleted 3 months worth of text in history.
All right, so we are going to leave that topic alone and we're going to move forward, okay?
Okay.
Also, the other things that you did in the mid to end of April of 2023, shortly after you were assigned to the case, you also looked at extracted Kouri's cell phone. Did you not?
Yes, I'd have to verify the date, but yes.
Okay. And when you extracted the phone, were you able to start looking at her texts and looking at her everything in her phone?
Yes. At this time, we had just acquired our own forensic equipment. So previously we relied on the RCFL for
these are not extensions. This is my real hair.
Extractions and so forth. We had just started getting our own forensic equipment, and so I downloaded Kouri's phone, and I don't remember the format of the software to analyze it, but I do remember seeing the text messages and the gaps in the text messages.
Was that the first time you'd ever extracted a phone on the new equipment?
I don't remember the very first, but it was one of the first times, yes.
And was there anybody who assisted you in doing that extraction?
Yes, Miss Gibson did.
All right. And are you or Ms. Gibson certified on Celebrite or the extraction gray key, whatever you use to extract it?
Miss Gibson is. I'm not.
All right. And then after you extracted Kouri's cell phone, you interviewed Chelsea Barney. Did you not?
I did.
And Chelsea's testified here. Chelsea was Ms. Richins' dear friend from junior high, right?
That's what I understood, yes.
And when Chelsea came in to be interviewed, didn't you tell her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Chelsea did not come in anywhere when I interviewed her. I interviewed her in her home in Heber.
Oh, were you present when she did the interview at the sheriff's department?
Yeah, I was not.
All right.
No one
so
would
when you
buy
interviewed
these
her at her
type of
home in Heber,
extensions.
did you tell Chelsea that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Your Honor, just a foundation as to what time frame are we talking about?
Can you? Sure, I'm glad to. Can you tell us when you interviewed Chelsea in Heber?
I can't give you an exact date. My best guess is it was probably April.
What is the point of this? This entire line of questioning is so stupid.
Sometime of 2023.
Before Kouri's arrest date.
Correct.
And when you interviewed Chelsea in April of 2023, did you represent to her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
I don't think it was phrased that way. So we had some interest in the timeline of their communication between Chelsea and Kouri the night of Eric's death. Because when we looked at what was available on the phone, it appeared that Chelsea and Kouri...
This sets you up because on redirect, he can ask, Was there a reason you thought that there might have been deletions? And he could say, yeah, because 3 months of Kouri's text messages and phone history was missing.
Kouri texted every single day. Like, they were always talking with each other. And then there was a gap, I believe, between March 2nd and March 4th. So that stuck out to me as unusual. And I did bring that up with Chelsea and just asked her if she knew of any reason that there would be that gap. And then she was actually able to produce some documents from her cell carrier that we went over together, and it looked like that matched up.
So you originally suspected that maybe she had deleted a conversation with Kouri?
That's what it looked like initially, is that there was an unusual gap in communication between these two best friends that I understood them to be.
Okay. And it turned out that was incorrect.
Yeah, it turned out only Kouri had deleted stuff.
Right?
From what I'm remembering, yes. So there's some confusion because there were just personal direct text messages between just Kouri and Chelsea, and then there was a group chat of all their friends.
Right.
And it was hard to distinguish in the beginning which occurred when, and I think that's where some of the confusion came from.
But ultimately, you were able to agree with Chelsea that she did not speak with Kouri the night of Eric's death and did not delete any messages with Kouri, correct?
I couldn't find anything that suggested otherwise.
Right. And then was Chelsea unhappy with the way that you all handled her interview?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, were you aware that she filed a complaint that she had been misled about her phone when she was being interviewed by your office?
Who gives a Who cares?
Your Honor, just objection foundation. I think timing's important here. I think counsel's confused about two different interviews, so I think leave foundation on timing.
Would you just be more specific about the complaint or what it was about with some month and year?
Yes, Your Honor. Shortly after Chelsea was interviewed, the time with you and the follow-up time, did she file a complaint against your
No,
office?
that's the problem. Can you break it down one at a time? They're two different events.
Just a moment. I'm going to get specific about timing.
Okay.
I think that'll solve the problem. Prior
Yeah, that will solve the problem because you're creating the problem.
to your interview of Chelsea, was Chelsea asked to come in by Detective Woody? When you reviewed the file, were you aware that there had been a previous interview with Chelsea?
I don't know if it was when I reviewed the file, but I was aware that Chelsea had come in for an interview, and that was prior to when I talked to her.
You're right. And after that interview with Detective Woody, did Chelsea file a complaint about being misled when she was brought in?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Help me out. I'm not sure where we're headed.
Your Honor, do you think it's relevant?
Want to approach for a moment?
Okay.
Oh, you
Ms. Nestor,
do?
you'd ask your next
You think
question.
it?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
think it's
All right,
relevant?
in addition to you interviewing Chelsea at her home in Heber sometime in mid-April, you also interviewed a close friend of Eric named Jake, right?
Yes.
All right.
Jake Sorensen.
And then
So it looks like you got overruled there.
at the end of April is when Mr. Bloodworth said on April 26th when you got the warrant and executed the warrant on Carmen Lauber's house, right?
We executed a warrant on Carmen Lauber's residence on April 26, 2023.
Right. So between April 11th or end of March when you first joined the case and April 26th of 23, you possibly got a warrant for cell phones. You extracted Kouri's phone, interviewed Chelsea and Jake. And then that's when the seizure happened at Carmen's house, right?
I'm not sure what you're referencing about the April 11th date.
That's the date on your report when you were assigned to the case. So that's the date I've been using. But if you remember it earlier.
That's the date that I wrote the report.
No, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's not, if you remember it was the end of March, we'll go with that. That's fine.
It doesn't matter to you? Details don't matter to you, ma'am?
I'll just end of March. Okay. And then you searched Carmen's house. And then the next day is when we saw the interview that you had with Carmen at the jail, right?
Yes, so Carmen's home was searched on April 26th. That same day, she was arrested for driving on suspended license. And then the next day was the first time that we spoke with her at the Wasatch County Jail.
So first, the search of her house. Was any fentanyl located in her house at all?
No.
No. Then when you go to interview her, do you know what time of the night or the day she
Huh?
was pulled over for driving with a suspended license?
It was in the morning.
And what time of day did you see her on the 27th?
I don't remember. I would have to look at the timestamp on the video of the interview.
And I watched the interview, but I never saw anyone ask her if she was under the influence while you were interviewing her. Did anyone ever ask her that question?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
And is it fair to say in that first interview, before any promises had been made about leniency or anything, Carmen denied ever being asked for fentanyl by Kouri Richins?
Yeah, I testified earlier that drug dealers, in my experience, when you interview them, will initially...
Well, let me stop you. I'm asking about Carmen, not other drug dealers. I'm asking about Carmen Lauber.
No, let me stop you because I really want to like reframe this in the way that I want it to be answered. So I know you're providing context, but that context really isn't detective. You know that context is bad for this case, right? For our side.
Did she deny ever being asked by Kouri Richins for fentanyl?
Hello, baby. Make sure you're not on 1.5 play speed. So I've noticed this recently in other chats with other people, even when Suma, when I said I was buffering in your stream, it's because I was on 1.5 to catch up. And then once I caught up, it didn't automatically switch to normal and it just kept buffering. So make sure you go in and click on normal. Normal speed, that is.
Yeah, as most other drug dealers also do when I interview them.
And did she
Okay, I got some hair pics for everyone. I'll pop them up here.
share with you a personal tragedy that her daughter had OD'd on fentanyl?
Yes.
And did she tell you that because of that, she didn't mess with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she's asking about statements from the prior interview. Do you?
2022.
Can we ask a more specific question? Do you mind approaching for a moment? The objection is overruled. Ms. Nestor, you're next. Did you get an answer to that question? I'm not sure you did.
I'm not sure I did either,
2023.
so let me ask it again.
This is actually once my hair had become what I call them cocker spaniel ears, and I was having to just keep pinning them up before I pulled them out. But
Did Ms. Lauber tell you that because of what happened to her daughter tragically, that she did not mess with fentanyl? She didn't deal with it?
I believe those were her words, yes.
This is 2013 to 2020. No, this is 2022, maybe.
Matter of fact, the first people that ever injected the word fentanyl into any conversation with Carmen Lauber were you and the other investigating officers, correct? It came out of y'all's mouth first, not hers.
I do not dye my hair.
If you understand what she's referring to by y'all. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
This is a
I'm still focused on the previous
good one.
question because I thought there was going to be a follow-up question about my impression.
No. So the first people that mentioned fentanyl in the interview were law enforcement, not Ms. Lauber, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
This was my wife was making fun of my ponytails, and I said, well, how are you supposed to do it? And they said, well, she said, you use a comb and it's very foreign to me because I just used to grab mats of hair and put the thing in. She's like, no, you idiot.
Because I think we told her in that first interview that while investigating Eric Richins, we told them that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that he had died of a fentanyl overdose.
And then you went back and interviewed her again and again and again, right?
5 more distinct separate interviews.
And I believe that I wrote this in quotes because I try to be precise. I believe that when we were listening to the recording, and the jury will, I trust the jury's memories on this, but the phrase, you're the biggest piece, right? That was said.
Yep.
And that meant you're the biggest piece of this puzzle, right?
In context, I'm trying to remember what was said before that. I think there was a Miss Lauber.
Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, you saw my pigtails. It was not professional level.
Made a reference to, can we just put all the pieces together in front of us so that we can see how it happened?
Actually, it wasn't can we, it was can you put the pieces together for me, correct?
Something like that.
Yeah. And then go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, and so in context, we said, you're the biggest piece of that set of information that we're trying to figure out.
And you also, and I wrote this in quotes, and hopefully the jury will recall this the way I do, you hold all the cards.
Yeah, as in she had all the information that we didn't know.
And we saw her struggling and telling you repeatedly that she could not recall dates, she could not remember certain things. Is that right?
She told us several times that she had difficulty remembering, and that the more that we brought to her and showed her things that were corroborated, the more she remembered and the better recollection she had.
And then within less than a few days of when she finally gave you what you needed, that there was.
Oh, to explain, I don't dye my hair. My hair will get blonde in the summer. In the winter, when it grows out, when it gets darker, then in the summer, it blondes up again. The outdoors and the camping and the fishing and that. So, if that makes sense. So, the stuff they cut off to make it straight, it was like the blondest hair I have. Made me cry.
Involved in her transactions. Within a few days is when you issued the warrant to arrest Kouri, right?
We interviewed Carmen between April 27th and May 13th.
What's all the gray I got?
Kouri's arrest was issued by 3rd District Court on May 8th.
I'm dying.
But when was it requested? May 3rd? Does that refresh your
I
memory?
don't request arrest warrants.
You signed, you're right, that's done by the county attorney's office, correct?
They filed charges in the case and...
Right, it is fuller than when it was short because maybe...
requested an arrest.
I vainly did something.
We were made aware of it on May 8th.
Within days of Carmen Lauber agreeing with you that fentanyl was involved.
May 8th falls between April 27th and May 13th, yes.
Okay. Now I want to talk about your investigation into, by the way, let me back up. Since you have become the lead investigator in this case, have you ever located the hydrocodone bottle that was found on the nightstand next to Eric?
Can you define located? I know where it's been at certain points throughout the investigation.
Okay.
We don't currently have it in our possession right now.
That's all I need. I want to talk about the Valentine's Day investigation.
It's early
Okay?
streaming.
Katie, can you bring up, just for the witness only, Your Honor, Exhibit 3-13D as in Delta? Do you recognize this exhibit?
No.
States Exhibit 3-13D.
And is it fair to say that this exhibit is a visual
Not Bosley.
clip of the locations where Eric was on February the 14th of 2022 based on geolocation in his phone?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
I don't know whether this witness would have the basis to know that, so sustained for now, if you can lay some
I understand what you're asking. As you've been preparing for this case, have you been reviewing the demonstrative exhibits that the state prepared to get ready for trial?
Not all of them, and not this one. I've just seen it in court.
Okay. Did you, as the head investigator of this case, investigate Eric's whereabouts on the days of February 14th, 2022?
Yes, in the sense that Mr. Kocherdimos, the digital forensics expert that the county hired, helped us in the analysis of the phones, and he at some point told us the data that was in the phone regarding Eric's location on the 14th.
All right. So without revealing anything that Mr. Kocherdimos said, what did you learn about Eric's locations that informed how you acted in the future in your investigation?
Objection, Foundation. I don't know how he would know that without hearsay.
Well, it's possible that he heard it prior to being in court, and to the extent that is to inform what he did next, we can accept it not for the truth of the matter. Shall we proceed in that way?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see what the response is.
Go ahead.
Just so I'm clear, you're asking if I'm aware of Eric Richins' location on February 14th,
Yes.
just based on
The whole
digital
investigation.
evidence?
Yep, and the whole investigation, whatever you did.
Your question was?
I don't know why it's freezing. Why is this freezing?
Do you have a knowledge of Eric's locations on February 14th of 2022?
Maybe pause for
So I want to know what these answers are again, because they keep asking, like, where were you at this? Is it something to do with the house where the pills were exchanged? Is it near a crack house? And I downloaded this GIF for the people talking about Mexican hair transplants from Arrest Development. Mr. Gay, he's bleeding, Mr. Gay. Tobias. And then he finally, for those who don't know, he finally gets a role right after that, requiring him to be bald. And they said, no, the bald cap won't work. We need you to shave your head. He's like, that would be extremely painful.
Yes. May I please the court?
Please.
Did you receive information from Mr. Kocherdimos about Eric's locations on February 14th, 2022 that informed your investigation in any way?
I believe so. The truth is, I don't remember 100% for sure if and when I knew about location data from Eric's device throughout the investigation. I would have to go back and review reports, especially Mr. Kocherdimos' reports.
Can we, Your Honor,
I just don't remember.
Can we see if this document refreshes your memory as to that?
This one or
Yes. Can we go through the pages very slowly and give him a minute to see if it refreshes his recollection?
Yeah, objection, Foundation. I think we're at the same spot we started with a few minutes
Well,
ago.
we're showing different pages. He testified that he'd never seen the first one prior to being in the court. It's unclear whether that's true for the remaining pages that the witness is being shown right now. I imagine we're about to find out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need us to do it again, or did you see them all?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection about Mr. Richins' locations on February 14th, or what you knew about them?
It doesn't. This demonstrative Mr. Kocherdimos created, and the first time I saw any of these slides was in the court. And like I said, he may have shared that information during
Well, I
the
definitely
investigation.
got fatter, Joe K.
So Ms. Richins is here today on charges that she attempted to kill her husband on February 14th of 2022. Is that right? One of the charges.
I believe so, yes.
And you're the head investigator of this case.
Yes.
Did you take any steps to confirm or deny Mr. Richins' movements on the day of February 14th of 2022 when he was allegedly a murder was attempted on his life?
Our team did. We hired an expert.
I think you're referring to this image. Did I stream in a mask? Yes, this was the early stages of COVID. And I was streaming to like 1 or 2 people on Facebook about inside company things. Yes, I thought it would be funny if I put on the mask because everyone was hyperventilating about wearing masks. So what funnier thing than to wear a mask while I'm streaming inside my own house? And it made me look like Darth Vader.
And digital forensics.
So what do you know about his locations on that day?
That's what I'm saying. What I know and what I remember are probably two different things. What I knew at some point throughout the investigation is that Mr. Kocherdimos probably found whatever location data was available on his phone and shared that with investigators. I just don't remember the contents of what those said.
So as you sit here right now under oath in a homicide trial, you cannot tell this jury what Mr. Richins did on the day he was allegedly attempted to be murdered. You can't tell him. That's
Foundation. The question is, you can't say what Mr. Richins. There's no foundation for that.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
No, I'm sorry.
That's not the question I
If you want
have.
us to ask a more precise question, if it needs to be 3 more precise questions, that's fine.
Thank you, I will.
The foundation objection is
Okay, if you want me to be more precise. Okay, oh yeah.
You
Exactly.
cannot say under oath
Like people wearing masks in their car.
what your investigation showed about where Mr. Richins was on the day that someone apparently attempted to murder him.
I could after a 2-minute conversation with the digital forensics expert that we hired because I just don't retain that information well.
So you don't know.
I don't remember.
You don't know right now, and we're in trial right now. Do you know right now?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
I'll withdraw.
Do you know what the word remember versus know is, ma'am?
I was a little argumentative, this thing.
I'll withdraw. Speaking of that,
Kouri's just not having any of this. This is total bullshit,
So you sit
according to
around-
Kouri. Look at her shaking her head.
Well, under oath, in a homicide trial, you cannot tell this jury the what Mr. Richins did on the day he was allegedly attempted to be murdered. You can't tell them. That's
foundation. Your Honor. The question is, you can't say what Mr. Richins. There's no foundation for that.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
No, I'm sorry. Counsel, just ask a more precise question. If it needs to be 3 more precise questions, that's fine.
Thank you, I will.
The foundation objection.
No, I think he prepared as much as he did. You don't memorize every single fact. You memorize the relevant facts.
You cannot say under oath what your investigation showed about where Mr. Richins was on the day that someone apparently attempted to murder him.
I could after a 2-minute conversation with the digital forensics expert that we hired, because I just don't retain that information well.
So you don't know.
I don't remember.
You don't know right now, and we're in trial right now. Do you know right now?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
I'll withdraw.
I was a little argumentative, this thing.
I'll withdraw.
A little
Speaking
argumentative.
Of that, were you ever able to confirm or track
argumentative.
Mr. Richins and place him? Did you ever check and see if he ever went to the house in Midway on his geolocation? Did you ever ask anyone to do that?
Objection, foundation. When?
I can ask him if he asked anyone to do it.
Well, that's a different question. So the question you just asked was very broad as a time frame. Foundation objection is sustained, but please ask a more precise question.
Did you ever ask an expert, hey, can you see if Eric Richins ever went to the Midway house where Carmen allegedly left drugs in a fire pit?
So I was the lead investigator on the case. I was not the only one making decisions. I am aware that someone in our investigative team directed Mr. Ko40uri to look into Eric's location from his device. Yes.
Are you able to tell this jury if Eric Richins was anywhere near the Midway house around the time that Ms. Lauber claims she left drugs there?
That's a broad date range. So I don't know. I don't have that data in front of me.
Okay. All right. Is it true that through all your interviews with Carmen and your attempts to corroborate what she was telling you, at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric was dead?
Her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that suggested that.
So after Eric died, it is your understanding that there's still drug dealing going on between Kouri and Ms. Lauber?
I'm aware that Miss Lauber conducted a similar.
Just question: is the stream messing up right now? Is it pausing? Because I'm just getting kind of weird things in the back here. Besides when I'm talking, saying I don't know why it's pausing. Right? Am I pausing right now?
Or transaction 2 months prior to Eric's death, after his death with Miss Richins.
On that's the occasion, I believe, and you were here if I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's the occasion where Ms. Lauber claims that Kouri had to write her a check.
Kouri more than wants to be a lawyer. She's got her LSAT book in her jail cell. She's gonna be a lawyer, and that's why I 100% guarantee she is gonna testify.
Right?
Yes.
And the check was written out on the Kouri Richins Realty checkbook, right? Because you recall from your investigation.
Yeah, I believe it was K. Richins Realty check.
Did you do any?
She wrote a business check for the drugs. You moron.
Corroboration or investigation into whether or not Carmen Lauber did actual work for Kouri Richins Realty that week.
Yeah, I mean, we talked to Carmen about her relationship with Kouri.
And you know what? The only way that you can prove that she did work, or quote unquote prove, is by having little old Kouri go up on the stand and say, no, they definitely did work, and then have her crossed. It's going to be so good.
In all ways. And she said she had done some work for Kouri in several different capacities. As far as that week, I don't know that we ever got into those details.
That was the week that they were about to close on the Midway mansion. Is that correct?
What date are you referring to?
The date that, I'm sorry, strike that. That's fair.
No, that's fair. Yeah, here's what that stream is from. Here we go. Look at this. Palette cleanse. This is like a couple 20 seconds.
It's Coast to Coast with our bell. The wild card line, first time callers call 1-800-449-8686.
The reason I have to keep tilting my head up because I was like, I can't see anything out of these fucking glasses.
The week before she got the check is the week that the Midway mansion closing allegedly happened, right? Right after Eric's death.
Your Honor, objection. The air quotes, this is testifying.
The air quotes were for the Midway mansion. That's why I did that. That's what I call it. But for the house on Legacy Drive, I won't do that again. The house on Legacy Drive.
Sorry, can you restate the whole question? I've forgotten it already.
The house on Legacy Drive had closed in between Eric's death and when.
I'll play the rest of the 60 seconds in chunks here as we go.
Ms. Lauber allegedly got this check, correct?
Between Eric's death and when she got the check?
Right.
As far as my understanding, yes.
Did you ever talk to the realtor and say, hey, did Carmen Lauber clean up that house the week before it closed?
Which realtor?
The realtor for the Legacy house.
I'm not aware who that is.
You don't even know who was selling that house?
No.
So I guess the answer is no, you never made any attempt to corroborate whether Carmen did work that week.
I don't know that the realtor would know the answer to that question, but I never talked to them.
Okay. And speaking of the Midway mansion closing, we've had some testimony here about some closing documents that were signed and dated either the day after Eric died or a couple of days after Eric died. Did you hear that testimony?
I believe so, yeah.
Did you ever go to the people that conducted the closing and confirm whether Kouri was present at that closing in person?
I don't understand that. Besides all the, I don't understand. What does this matter? If Kouri went in person, can somebody make it make sense?
No.
Are you aware that you can do closings on houses without being present in person?
I know nothing about realty.
Okay, well.
What is the problem here? What is this?
Then I'll let you have a pass on that. Did you ever do?
Oh, you're gonna let him have a pass?
East Coast callers, 1-800-449-8686. Cartoys callers, 1-800-449-8686. And now here's your host, Art Bell.
Determination as to whether those documents were signed through what's called DocuSign electronically?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
The closing documents for the Legacy property. Did you ever do any confirmation or investigation into whether those documents were signed via DocuSign or electronically without being with a wet signature and a pen?
The investigation into the signing on the house and the other financial documents, I wasn't a part of. That was through the prosecution's office's investigator and their experts, their forensic accountants. I wasn't really part of that.
As lead investigator, you can't testify that that was ever done here today.
I have no knowledge of it.
Okay. You did.
She did say wet.
You were involved in at least 8 of the 10 search warrants that were issued on this house? Because I think the first 2 were detected.
What do you mean?
No, wet signature is not new. This is what you'll see this a lot with sovereign citizens. But basically, wet signature just means it's not an electronic signature. You got to be there in person and sign with a pen. It's not some huge GD conspiracy. Right. Hairball yarn is right. Like, you have to meet with, either the bank itself or like a notary bringing over the documents. They have to check your ID, which is what I think they should do with life insurance. That's what I'm saying. Right?
Involved.
You were lead investigator once those warrants were being executed? I think the first 2 were Woody, so I don't want to credit those.
The title of lead investigator doesn't necessarily mean what I did in those circumstances. I guess I would ask you to be a little more specific about what you're asking.
How many warrants are you aware were executed on the house, on the Richins home?
Yeah, you can use DocuSign up until the point of closing, right? On all the stuff, on the first initial steps, you log in, it's eDoc and everything. But when you actually close in the property, you got to meet and you got to sign all those pages.
I believe around 10. I don't remember the exact number.
It should be renamed Moist Signature.
And in 10 different times.
Is it a damp signature?
Of searching, was there ever any fentanyl recovered?
Throughout the 10 search warrants. Anything that was recovered during those search warrants that we suspected may contain fentanyl, have traces of fentanyl, were sent to the state lab.
Okay.
We got results back from the state lab. There were some items that...
Maybe a question.
Okay.
All right, they're going to approach. We're going to continue this here.
Can't see anything with these on. Thank you, Ross Mitchell. We have a very special program for you again tonight. coming live to you on the Car Toys Fabrication message feed.
I think I cut it off earlier, but then I say tonight we're going to be discussing red eyes.
Yeah. Okay. In the 10 search warrants that were executed on this house, did you ever find any cups, glasses, straws that contained any traces of fentanyl on them?
Let me be clear. I wasn't present at every single time that the house was searched. So the answer is investigators on my team or investigators from the Summit County Sheriff's Office did not find cups, straws, the things you mentioned that contain fentanyl, no.
As you sit here today, can you even tell this jury the exact time that Eric Richins died?
I don't know that anybody can.
This should have been the end of their questioning. This is their strongest questioning for their bullshit case. But she just circles around and it just kind of buries it.
Can you tell this jury how fentanyl got inside of Eric Richins?
But I love his answer because it's what I was shouting in Suma's chat.
Based on evidence, not speculation or theory, but evidence.
I know it was orally.
I mean, during the interview portion with the lawyers, but they can't even tell us how it got in him orally.
Can you tell this jury how fentanyl got inside of Eric Richins? Based on evidence, not speculation or theory, but evidence.
I know it was orally ingested.
And that's all you know. Right?
Look, Kouri's like, that's all you know. Never mind that I'm on record saying several times that I made a drink for Eric and he died an hour later.
Right?
That's not all I know, but I know it was orally ingested.
And she's just like, you're going to sidestep it? This is why I hate Kouri. Her look. She's like, yeah, you can't tell. Why am I on trial?
But evidence.
I know it was orally ingested.
And that's all you know.
Kouri? I hope, I pray that somebody just comes up behind you and smacks your stupid face into the table right in front of you as you're doing one of these chicken head moves. Slam your right into the table.
Right?
That's not all I know, but I know it was orally ingested.
She's shaking it. She doesn't like that.
To this date, have you ever recovered any of the pills that Carmen Lauber allegedly gave to Kouri Richins to test to see what they are?
That I can confirm for sure are the pills that passed from Carmen's hand to Kouri's hand.
Correct.
No.
Okay. Prior to Carmen Lauber's second, third, fourth interview, there was never a warrant issued for Kouri's arrest prior to that date. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
Prior to the interviews with Carmen Lauber, there was never, that was the first time you all requested an arrest. Well, let me say, because I won't say y'all.
I won't say y'all. Because I know you guys have called me out on it a bunch of times but it's just my down home country upbringing, right? I'm just kind of folksy. I'm one of the people. Shut the up. No. Kouri does not have Manson lamps.
The first time there was ever a formal...
She has a scary face, but it's not the Eric face of like... And the lawyers are over there like, Your Honor, we don't want the word psychopath mentioned. He's like, yeah, I don't want to even think I'm a psychopath.
Request to arrest Kouri Richins was after the interview with Carmen Lauber, correct?
So this is what I was shouting about in Suma's stream as well. Yeah, they didn't arrest her until they had probable cause. Because you know what your whole client's thing is? They're saying this is a setup. It was set up from the beginning. They were targeting Kouri. So if that was true, why wouldn't they just arrest her on day one? Oh, wait, because they didn't have the evidence? They wanted to make sure they didn't charge an innocent person with a crime? Idiot!
After at least the first 3 interviews with Carmen Lauber, we had enough information that we believed met a probable cause standard for the
We're just going to mention probable cause.
The arrest of Ms. Richins. Okay. We gave that information to the prosecutors, and they filed charges in this case. They then requested an arrest warrant be issued from 3rd District Court. I executed that warrant by arresting Ms. Richins.
Have you ever heard of hair follicle testing?
I think I've heard that term. I don't know what you're referring
What's your knowledge of it?
that people much smarter than me can test hair follicles for what it can tell you about the body's biology.
See, the thing is, this is going to be a controversial statement here. I don't think Kouri is a psychopath because she's such a loser. Psychopaths are usually more successful. She might be a sociopath in the fact that she wasn't born that way, but raised, but she's not a psychopath. She's just extremely conceited and selfish. And she has a vastly inflated self-image, self-worth, self-belief of what she's capable of. Okay, they aren't all successful, but here's the thing. A psychopath wouldn't be doing what she is doing right now. A psychopath wouldn't be doing all these facial tics and stuff. She would be able to act like she was crying. Maybe she's a shitty psychopath. Okay, sure. Stephanie Patterson says, I have brown eyes, but they're more black in color. I also have Kouri skin. I get personally offended when Hear Me Out gives the John speech. Well, that's the best way to get me to give the Jaws speech. You ever see the shark's eyes? It's dead eyes. Like a doll's eyes. Don't seem to be living till they bite you. And those black eyes roll over white.
Specifically,
The extent of what I know.
Specifically, isn't it fair? You've been a narcotics officer for a long time.
Objection, Your Honor, relevant scope.
This is beyond the scope.
Your Honor, it goes to the investigation or lack thereof.
But beyond the scope of the version of the direct examination regarding the investigation. You have other options to get into this. It's just not right now.
Okay. Court's indulgence.
Okay. Agree to disagree.
Just for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
Well, yeah. You only saw the monologue when Charlie didn't, and It's Always Sunny, but he does it pretty good. The thing is, our mission was so secret. Didn't report us overdue for 2 weeks. No distress signal had been sent.
When you searched Carmen's house, did you test any pills that were found in Carmen's house?
I don't remember. That would be a better question for Ms. Gibson. She handled all the evidence recovered from that search.
You were aware through your investigation that shortly before Eric's death, he was on a hunting trip in Mexico. Is that right?
Yes.
And the very last thing Eric ever did that we can establish before he passed away was a Google search, right?
I don't know if that's an accurate statement, but I know that a Google search was found on Eric's phone the night he died. That was, I think it was searching directions or how far it was from Utah to Sonora, Mexico, I think.
Right.
And
And
if
did
you had to drive, how long it would take to drive.
Okay. And did you do any investigation into where Eric went hunting when he was on his hunting trip in Mexico? Where was it?
Yeah, I don't remember the name of the outfitter. Todd Rice was the contact that we had with the hunting outfit in Mexico.
But I mean, where in Mexico? Was it the Sonora area?
I think so.
Also, according to Ms. Lauber, she estimated that each time she got pills that apparently she says she gave to Kouri, they were
I think we're having a windstorm here. The lights just flashed. So if the stream suddenly dies, it's a power outage. Okay.
15 to 30 pills per transaction. Is that accurate?
Her statements.
Your Honor, the foundation is to when? During interview, during testimony, or during when?
Just provide a little more foundation for the question, or a little more detail for the basis of the question.
What is
Yeah, she's definitely histrionic.
your understanding of how many pills were involved in each transaction that ultimately allegedly went to Kouri?
Approximately, well, total or each time?
Each time.
I don't even know.
Each time approximately 15 to 30.
Right. And that would be
Jaws
a
is a
total,
hot
again,
button
math. But if you
topic.
have 30 pills times 4,
Along with music, Honda Civics. I would add in there history, movies, bad writing, idiots.
that's 120 pills.
That maths for me.
And you were in the courtroom.
And you know what, officer? 15 to 30 pills times 4 times could be up to 120 pills. That maths for me as well.
Strike that. Did you give Carmen rides to meetings with her attorney in your car after she agreed to cooperate with you?
We helped transport Carmen when she...
Right in the car? Oh my God, I hope it wasn't Uber. Bet the reaps.
Couldn't get somewhere. It wasn't usually my car. It was in Detective Maynard's, but yeah.
How often did you guys give Carmen rides places?
It was only a couple times.
Did you talk to her on the phone?
Yeah.
Check in with her? Went by and saw her at her house?
Can you define ride, sir? Yeah, she had... Look, just because she had antipsychotic medication doesn't mean she has mental health problems.
We need answers, Steve. I'm sorry.
You gotta say yes because I can't type. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay. So what was the answer to the last question about you called her on the phone?
Yes.
You would go by and see her in person?
Well, not just like to see her, but like if we needed to get in contact with her in person for some reason, yeah, sometimes we would go to her house or her work, wherever she was at.
And this relationship or these interactions that you had with her extended from the time she agreed to cooperate with you to literally she showed up in court, right?
If you're referring to myself and Detective Maynard, yes, because Detective Maynard contacts and deals with Carmen a lot more than I do.
Okay. Getting close, I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience. Oh.
Hey, ma'am, remember when like an hour ago you said you were not going to keep beating a dead horse?
Okay. I want to talk about...
She keeps looking at the clock, and this is a 100% stall tactic. The defense is not ready to present their case. I'll be amazed if this finishes in 5 weeks. 5 weeks, because 5 weeks builds in the closing statements, jury instructions, deliberation, right? Let's call that most of week 5. The prosecution hasn't even been able to end their case. Maybe they can tomorrow, and the defense is going to have to say a Rule 17, and we got to talk to our client, and then, we'll start calling witnesses. So they have a day and a half, or a half a day tomorrow, and then 1 week.
The Lord, if they're GIFs or GIFs, I don't know, but GIFs that have come in, those pictures of the goofy pictures.
That is a first genuine curiosity for me, Joe Kate, aka Johanna. How long will Kouri be on the stand? That is the more interesting question. Is it going to be like a Jodi Arias type thing where she's on the stand for days and days? Or is it going to be a Sarah Boone thing where it's like a day and a half? I hope it lasts forever.
That they said that Kouri accessed the morning of the 4th, right?
I'm sorry, who's they?
All right, I'll be more specific.
Okay, you want to get technical on me?
The GIFs, you saw them come up on the screen.
The GIFs? GIFs. No. It's not a half day tomorrow. What I'm saying is the prosecution finishes after defense is still on cross with this detective, right? And then prosecution gets redirect, and assuming they settle they rest their case after that, then prosecution has maybe a half a day after they do the Rule 17 and we did a half-hour conference with Kouri to convince her that if she gets on the stand, she's going to be convicted of murder. So they have a half day for the defense tomorrow for their case.
Like joke GIFs, right? That it was testified to that Kouri's phone.
You don't think she will testify? Okay.
All at the same time, the morning of March 4th, the morning Eric died, right?
What I understand about the gifts is that there were, I think, 3 different ones, and that they were somehow accessed on Kouri's device. The technical jargon of the digital forensics is whatever Mr. Coachademos testified to.
I'm with you on that. So clearly...
And this is rich because I think what the defense is getting at is, how do you know that Kouri didn't send these gifts to Eric? Well, we could say, by the evidence, they're not on his phone. Oh, but no, maybe she just accessed them to show them. It was at 8:30 in the morning, ma'am.
I would imagine, as the lead investigator, if you're investigating a potential homicide, would it be important to you to look at the very last conversations that the decedent and the suspect had right before the death?
West Coast Mass Fighter.
Did you do that?
I believe I did. I don't remember what the contents were, but...
Katie, can you please pull up JO11?
Her narcissism to plan and execute this crime will not prevent her from testifying, just like Jodi Arias.
JO11, and this is only for, okay. And make it a little bit bigger so that the Detective O'Driscole can see it clearly. And take your time looking at this, and I'm going to ask you some questions about it. Do you reckon
Wicked Rose says they may say we have nothing to present and it goes into closing. The rest of they will rest on reasonable doubt. I mean, that would be bold. I think there's approximately a 0% chance of that happening.
Recognize these texts. Keep going, quick, Katie.
I recognize that they are from Eric's device. Yeah.
All right, and they're between whom?
Eric Richins and Kouri Richins.
And what is the date, sir? Can you blow them up,
Sorry, I'll have to
please?
zoom in.
Sorry.
March 3rd, 2022.
This is the day, literally, his last day on Earth, and it's the conversation he had with his wife, right?
That's what it looks like.
All right.
I have to look at all the timestamps to
And
give
certainly,
accurate context for that. But
Yeah, Jody Arias, you just need to watch. I watched the JCS video on Jody. That is good. And then maybe watch the full recross. I read the prosecutor's book. It's pretty good as well.
really sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Certainly you reviewed this as part of your investigation.
Probably. I'm not remembering them, but
Your Honor, this,
I have not looked at every single text message on Eric's phone and on Kouri's phone.
sure, but like the day he died would be a kind of an important day to check out, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Kouri doesn't like that. Look at Kouri. Hello. That proves I'm innocent.
This is the day, literally, this last.
I mean, the JCS video includes cross of the trial, but if you want to watch the full cross, that also kind of helps. But yeah, the JCS video is where I would start.
Day on Earth. And it's the conversation he had with his wife, right?
That's what it looks like.
All right.
I have to look at all the timestamps to.
And certainly.
I disagree, Tori Massey. I think the interview with the detectives really is its own thing, which a lot of the JCS video does. When she's like, when she's describing the phantom attackers, being like, and then they were like, if I tell you this, and she's like, what are you doing? Want to tell you? Can I just see the pictures of the crime scene so I can make sure to get my story straight? Okay, well, no. Look, there was two of them. It was, I think it was a man and a woman. And they said, and they're like, no, not her. And then they're like, get down. And then I saw Jody killed. What's his name? I can't even think of his name. Yeah, the ninjas. Yeah, they're ninjas, right? There's like, and they were like arguing. They're like, and then I ran out, and then I was back. Travis, yeah, and Travis was like, run, and I was like, no, I'm not gonna leave. And then they were like, no, she can't leave. And then they looked at my purse and they grabbed my driver's license registration. They said, you get one chance. Get one chance. If you say anything, gonna kill your family, my parents, you kill my pets. That's all I know. And the detective picks up the recording and goes, and he's closing his book. He's like, that's the most ridiculous story I've ever heard. I want my family to be okay. Your family's going to be okay because there's nobody hunting them. Yeah, doggy boy the dog.
Text for that, but.
I love how accurate the recreation this is. I try. I mean, it's just going from my memory here, but I've watched it so many times. The detective zipping up the thing. I don't even know if he's zipping it up while he says it, because it's like, that's the most ridiculous story I've ever heard. I want my family to be safe. They're going to be safe because there's nobody out there.
Really sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Certainly you reviewed this as part of your investigation.
Probably. I'm not remembering them, but
Your Honor, this,
I have not looked at every single text message on Eric's phone and on Kouri's phone.
sure, but like the day he died would be a kind of an important day to check out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you
Like I
recall?
said, that's
She's got the Yep, she's got the bobbing head.
that's where we got the information about the.
No, okay. I know you don't need to pay attention to any of this shit she's saying. It's all bullshit. But Pamela Surshit said, I really like the prosecutor in the case, and he was fired or something. What the controversy was, he was brought in front of the board of ethics or court of appeals, but I think it was the court of appeals. And the argument was that he had asked questions that were sustained were objected to and sustained like 30 times in the trial, and the board seemed to have a huge problem with this. But then I'm like, well, what about Elaine in the Amber Heard versus Depp trial? She was objected to and sustained like 30 times in 20 minutes. Not the entire trial, 20 minutes. So how are you going to pull his license? I don't think he was disbarred.
The hunting guide in Mexico. So yeah, we were looking at that information.
So then, Your Honor, may I please admit this as Defense Exhibit 300? I don't even know what we're on yet. 3010.
Yeah,
Is it 10?
Wrath of Jody. That's what JCS video is.
It's 3015. We're a little behind. Thank you, Miss Brittany. I appreciate that.
You're singing. The stars are brightly shining. She's doing American Idol in prison. That she just goes on hard copy or 48 hours. Like, I know I didn't kill him. No, I know I didn't kill him. And then she has to go into the trial and be like, no, I did kill him, but it was self-defense.
We move to admit it.
Objection, foundation, or authenticity. I'm also looking at the maybe approaches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we go to the? Is this the first page, Katie?
Mm-hmm.
Tori Massey, put the JCS video in. Oh, I left this in. This is all silence here, but look at the indignation on Kouri Richins'
So yeah, we were looking at
face.
that information.
So then, Your Honor, may I please admit this as Defense Exhibit 300? I don't even know what we're on yet. 3010. Is it 10? It's 3015. We're a little behind. Thank you, Miss Brittany. I appreciate that. We move to admit it.
Objection, foundation, or authenticity. I'm also looking at the maybe approaches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we go to the? Is this the first page, Katie?
Mm-hmm.
Look at. She's always pissed when they're going to the sidebar because the prosecution. This is a whole trumped up thing in terms of Kouri's presentation. She's gonna look over the side like, "Are you for real? Are they for real? What, ma'am? Stop saying what we already heard you say what approximately 4,000 times on the call with Bryce. We're like, they said he died of COVID. What? No. He did not die of COVID. Because if they say that, oh, I'm gonna go up. What? I'm like, what? We also heard today the call about the Valentine's Day thing. They're like, I left a love note with Eric's sandwich. What? On Valentine's Day? What? Oh my God, that's crazy. It's the most unbelievable I've ever heard. Who would ever do that? And then she pinches her eyes. She's like, no. Oh, she's just like, she thinks this is her Oscar moment, right? The jury sees me saying like, this can't be happening. I was just like, this can't, what world is this? Where is this? Why is this happening? I can't believe this is happening. Oh my God, this prosecution really, jury, do you see me? I'm saying, oh my God, this prosecution is ridiculous. Let me just pinch the inside of my nose. Be like, Jesus, take the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel and get me out of this murder charge. I should have asked you to take the wheel when I was committing the murder, but this is the performance of the trial. No. Lean back. Another channel is saying Eric sent the gifts because of this moment right here. Well, how do you send them? Whatever. Side note, I'm starting to lose a lot of respect for most of the true crime. Not most. A lot of the true crime channels out there. This is just me in my own personal, don't be pissing on my leg and tell me it's raining opinion. People are checking their brains at the door with the stream because I feel like they're doing it for. Hold on. I want to say this right. Let me say it this way. If I was not so 100% on Kouri's a murderer, right? I would obviously attract the more skeptical and smooth-brained individuals that think she didn't do it. I'm not having a debate over if it's proved beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Kouri murdered him. Did they prove it? That's a debate. The people that are like, no, she is totally innocent. Well, if I am 100% Kouri did it, they're not going to be here. I feel like a lot of channels are trying to become more and more neutral just to get the audience growth and just be like, whatever. What the I don't care if they're here or not. It's engagement. And that to me is insincere because I cannot imagine a world unless there's videotape proof of Eric saying, hey, I'm about to pound 15 fentanyl tablets. Let's party, right? Which is the only way you could disprove this Kouri poisoning him. Which is the only way you could disprove Kouri poisoning him with cyanide. He would have to say, I'm going to take 15 cyanide capsules right now. Or not the only way to disprove. The only way to prove Kouri was innocent. So I don't do it for the views. I do it because this is what I want to do. I even thought about earlier today when I was thinking about movies, right? When I'm always I love the debate, right? But when there's no one justifying why what I'm saying isn't wrong, then I'm just punching air. So the neutrality really bugs me. We could be adults. We can use our brains and understand they are guilty. Maybe we can debate on whether they prove it to the jury on nuance. Totally fine with that. But don't sit on the sidelines. No, I'm not. I'm not doing it to justify myself. I'm criticizing what I'm seeing on all these other channels. Like, for instance, to plug, reporting live from my sofa with Paul. Paul, 100% in line in terms of what I think is genuine, right? He knows she did it. He's saying she's guilty, and then he's just viewing her like, well, are they going to convict her? Right? Not like, well, who knows? So, Paul, salute, shout out to you. There you go. I mean, Suma is, but just to clarify again, Suma is one of those fence riders. She's never saying whether she thinks for sure, or for not, they're guilty. Suma's a real click, right? Just kidding. Suma streams the trial live every day, so go ahead and subscribe to her because she streams the trial every day, and I watch it through her, and we get the recaps here. Right, but you have to show that he took fentanyl at some point. It's not in his liver. You have no proof that he bought any of the drugs. Exactly, Margarita. It really bothers me too how unopinionated Suma is. She's like, can we all get along? Get along? Plus how she was always defending the patriarchy. Oh my God, does Sue defend the patriarchy? She's like, I think I should be subservient to men. Always. All right, so that was the end of the video. So I already played the joke of the hand grenade. So I think what I will just do the outro again is the Ko40uri with the booty text reading. Okay, but I don't get that. Pamela Sertich says, I kind of think a lot of channels are too afraid to make a stand, and for a reason, who's going to hold you to it? I can understand the thing of like libelness, but you just say, in my opinion. I mean, is there anything on this channel that is not clearly my opinion? Should you say, I think she did this, I think she did that? So either it's cowardice or but I don't think it's cowardice because there's easy ways around that. I think it's literally just lack of conviction, wanting to gain all the views. Okay, everyone's saying goodbye. I guess I got to play this clip soon now. So thank you everyone for being here. We'll be here again tomorrow. Don't forget to delete your archives. Kiss your fingers. Okay. A special dinner and dessert. The intimate attention deserving of a super sexy cutie with the booty. Oh, yeah. Sweetheart, an absolute knockout of a rock star real estate investor and amusement park owner who is willing to let me have exclusive who's willing to let me have exclusive tickets to after hour rides. Yeah.